Well, I think I'm not going to ring the bell because we are all here. Welcome. Just a very brief word about the session this morning, just to tell you and share that I thought it was a very good meeting, very rich in terms of comments, and I'd like to thank the board members who participated for your very good comments. Always leave me proud. So I hope that that inspired us for the rest of the day. Today we have the use of experts topic to be addressed. I'm going to give the floor to Laurie immediately after. And we will still have, by the end of the day, a short session on technology. So without taking more time, I'm going to give the floor to my twin Vice Chair, and please, Laurie.
I'm working on her to dye her hair, so then it'll be much more effective.
Or vice versa.
Or vice versa, yes. Thank you, Gabriella, and it's good to be here today to start to work through the first read and talk about the task force progress on the use of experts project. And obviously, just start by saying, and as with all projects, we welcome your questions and comments to help us refine the approach on this, especially because I was reflecting last night that it has really just been 7 months since the first task force meeting. So this has been moving very quickly, even though there are times when I'm sure the task force feels like, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, because we have made adjustments already based on feedback received from various quarters, either the board, certainly feedback from the board, but the CAG and the PIOB and other places. So what we're looking at today, though, is the first time we've actually are going to do a read through the standards. And so we're going to break this into 2 parts, similar to what sustainability did, which is we're going to walk through and highlight some key issues to make sure you understand the why and directionally where we were heading on those. And some of those are very principles based and they support then. We'll do a page turn of the text, which you all have in your possession as pre-read. So just a reminder of the goal is to develop an ethical framework, principles-based approach to guide PAs and assurance providers in determining whether the use of experts is appropriate from an ethical perspective. And that includes, very importantly, consideration of independence. And we'll talk about how we've weaved that into thought process. So today, this first read process is very important. And last but not least, and I say this at the beginning of every meeting, I weirdly on this one, because in the IESBA, there's an existing very, very light touch experts provision. I've heard some people say, oh, there's already something here, we don't need anything. It's very light touch. And the background is this, there's been a long-standing concern about, okay, but should we be relying on these experts? So on the one hand, we have a very important public interest on, is the reliance on experts appropriate, and how has that analysis taken place? Right now, there really isn't fundamentally any requirement in terms of detail, and certainly not in terms of the ethics code. No significant information. The other side of it is, what are the practical implications of this? Because without a doubt, this has structural implications for the use of experts, the availability of experts, and in particular, as we move into, all of us think, as we move into the sustainability space. So how do we build something that's reasonably balanced? And the goal of the task force, I think, and I welcome comments from the team, we have an outstanding task force on this, is to have a targeted proportional approach and get to something that really improves the reliability, but at the same time can be implemented, because we do no good if we build something that is not implementable and causes more problems than it solves. So that's a strange place to be in right now, because experts have long been used. This isn't a brand new thing, but it's our first foray as a group into that. So we're gonna work through that. I think we can keep going on slides. We're gonna talk about key matters, and then we're gonna do page turn probably after lunch, Cam, right? The page turn. We'll try to get through everything. So Maybe we'll go to the CAG comments first, and Galen, because I have the benefit of you sitting next to me, you can keep us honest whether we've got this to the right place. But I think we were at a CAG meeting a little over a week ago, about 10 days ago. And this is the second time we've been before the CAG. We went in early days, and now we've got a somewhat revised approach. I think there was general agreement about the direction of the proposal, so that was great. I think pointed out, as we just left the IAASB meeting, the importance of making consequential amendments to relevant definitions may come in place, and Cam will go through some of that when we talk about the definitions of experts. And there's one particular spot that comes up, and so we'll make sure to highlight that because we'd like feedback on that. I think other considerations raised in the terms of audit and assurance, which are very important, is that there was a sense that the principles seemed appropriate from a public interest perspective. And while it makes sense in financial reporting, insurance and assurance, sustainability application may be a little more challenging, and we should touch on that today because, again, we need to get this balance right. And we have a lot of people really, frankly, the whole board working on the sustainability project right now. So, we want to engage that process in the balancing act and the text. And then lastly, and I'm not sure we'll solve this problem, and I think the CAG pointed this out, and this is something that the task force is very aware of, is that at the end of the day, the way this is designed is it's going to result in the practitioner having to make a judgment once they have the relevant data in front of them about the competence, capability, and objectivity of the expert. And so, how that takes place and thought process around that, I think will be a discussion that we go through today. So proposed scope and approach. Obviously, new standards are being put in place. Now, when we were and I'll go back just a little bit, when we were back in Abu Dhabi at the board meeting, we were talking about a significant influence test. And that was literally 1 month after our first meeting. And that was the first foray in thinking about how do we balance this? And the thought process around that was, and some of you have brought up the word materiality. We didn't want to use the word materiality because it's a very loaded word. But the thought process around that is, how do we carve out the things that matter the most? That was viewed as cumbersome, difficult to apply, a lot of thought process that this should apply to all experts. So we've moved in that direction. We've actually broadened the scope. We talked about this a little bit in June at the June board meeting. It will apply to all experts. And it's a broader approach, except for management experts. And Cam will talk about that when we get to, and that's a constant question that comes up. I just want to deal with it in the definitions section. And then the second prong of the broad approach is regarding experts used in audit or other assurance engagements. We got a lot of feedback that imposing full independence is not practical or enforceable, but it focuses on this underlying responsibility of the PA to evaluate the objectivity, including independence attributes, which have been drawn from 4A and 4B, what is viewed as the key ones, before the expert's work can be used, and that there has to be an assessment that the expert's work is objective and can be relied on. So I think that thematically is the big picture approach. We're going to dive down into the weeds. And I made a statement that there's a view that it isn't practical to apply full on 4A, 4B to experts, and slide 6 really goes into that. All right, the two-prong test, double materiality.
Now they're on.
So the second is that the code itself is not enforceable on external experts because they are not issuing opinions. They are not sustainability assurance practitioners. They may be as well, but in the context of acting as an expert, they are not. But recognition that there is this very important heightened public interest. So if we can go to the next slide, we're just high level, the ethical framework. The task force spent a lot of time, and we will spend time with you today talking about these definitions. And I think when we first started, we weren't really realizing how critically important that discussion is and how many hours have been spent. I'm glad you're managing the slides and not me. Making me nervous. Okay, we'll get them. I can talk through this, Cam, and it'll pop up in a minute. So we're going to spend some time on the definitions in the expert space. Very importantly, and similar to definitions in sustainability, it underpins the applicability of the provisions. And so if people have comments, we need to make sure we talk through those in terms of the text. There's the headline test that we call CCO, capability, competence, and objectivity in determining whether to use an expert, the use of an expert. There's the additional layer that results in audit or assurance. And in this context, we're mainly talking about sustainability assurance engagements, but it can be other types, could be tax, could be technology, other types of work where assurance in some cases may be provided. And then how to analyze threats in that space. Okay, so this is really the high level schematic of the program. Definitions underpinning, what is the test for evaluating how to use experts? And Kim, if we go to the next slide, the add-on layer when you're in the audit or assurance space. And this slide really lays that out. On the left-hand side, we have what everybody in any context has to apply. And on the right-hand side, we have the items that are the uplift that relate specifically to audit and assurance engagements. Okay, so everybody, including audit and assurance engagements, is doing on the left-hand side on audit and assurance. And this is really just to get our heads around this additional layer that includes the independence attributes that I've mentioned that we've pulled out of 4A and 4B and included in the objectivity analysis. Okay. Okay, the last thing, and I think this is really important, when we were at the board meeting in March, Robert Buchanan helpfully noted the new public interest framework characteristics. And as we've gone along and been developing through the drafting phase for June, and then the sort of the heavy duty drafting phase in July and August, we've tried to benchmark against those public interest framework characteristics. And we believe where we are now, and subject to comments, it doesn't mean that we have it perfect, but we believe directionally and in terms of substance, we've covered off and meet the public interest characteristics, including importantly, and I mentioned this earlier, the implementability, finding that balance between how do we achieve a goal of significant improvement, but still have something that can be implemented from a practical standpoint. So I'm not going to run through these one by one. I welcome, I think, comments on them. And Cam, I don't know if you want to comment on any of this. I think before I go any further, I would like Galen to express thoughts on how he felt about the CAG discussion and if there's anything you wanted to raise or if I have missed anything key that came out of that meeting.
You know, Lori, I think the experts section that we discussed, I think there was good feedback, but I didn't see anything that was really, you know, a stage getter. I mean,
No.
there wasn't anything new that came up dealing with the issues that you had. I did hear some stuff about, well, what happens when the expert comes in with a difference of opinion with someone else or with your own view of things? How do you resolve that? But I don't know that that's necessarily within your scope.
Yeah. I
What
mean,
if you have two experts, for example?
Oh, yeah.
And one has a high number and another one has a low number. What do? Divide in half? What happens?
Yeah.
But that's just implementation.
Okay. So I mean, that was sort of my read on it as well. We did pick up the comments and have circulated them to the group, and we'll be working through those at our October meeting. But there was nothing that was like, oh, wow, this is, change course. This is a major blow up. But I thought there were some very good questions and comments. So it's not that there weren't any. I don't want to suggest there were no comments.
To go back to my example,
Yeah.
2 experts. What if your expert disagrees with management's expert? How do you resolve that?
Yeah. We can pick that up. I mean, I know how I would do it, but we haven't standard set, we haven't recommended that. Yeah, and one of the things involves a bunch more work, right?
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. So, okay, great. So maybe we pause.
Yeah, I think
I wonder just
Yeah.
if the question that Galen raised, that's in the everyday work of
Yeah.
assurance. I mean, you meet your client and you have it as an assurance provider, a different opinion, and you deal with it.
Yeah, that's why I said a lot. It's more work, right? You actually have to run that to ground in a principled way. But maybe we need to pick up some language around that, because that has to be done in a principled way, right? It can't be done in, oh, we've got 2, let's pick the one we like best, or do it in the middle. I did a negotiation last night and we ended up right in the middle, and I was so depressed because I was like, this is what you always hear. You start, and there's no reason for the number we landed at in the final settlement. It didn't make sense, but it's not the best way to do things, but often what happens. Okay, any other questions or points? Does anybody from the task force want to jump in and add anything? Andy, Sanjeev, Luigi, Sadia, Ken, Luigi.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that the effort, which is not complete, that the task force did was to try to keep live the ethical and independent perspective without going into, even though sometimes we did, without going into the performance or the application of the auditing standard. So sometimes in facing situations, I personally would be willing to enter into the practicalities on how to solve matters, but sometimes we realize that it is going too far, in the sense that we were going into the field of the other board.
Yeah.
And therefore, let's say at the end, we decided to stay at the ethical and independence, objectivity space. And this is, for example, probably also a consideration about the fact that we have 2 expert disagreement, difference in opinion, and so on. Let's say we are probably in the middle here. There is a piece of one and the piece of the other, and therefore probably we need to be balanced in identifying exactly what we would need to put together.
Great, thank you. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Cam to go into, and we covered this previously, but we have edited it further, and I think it's important to understand the why on the definitions. I know we did this yesterday on sustainability and spent a fair bit of time on it. Our task force spent a ton of time, and then we had to go back to it and spend a bunch more time. And there were times that's frustrating. So if this looks simple, it's deceptively simple. Cam, over to you, Cam. I gave this to Cam to do because she's so good at this, weaving us through the crazy discussions we had.
Thanks, Laurie. So the task force has proposed several new definitions, and also revised the extant code's definition of external experts. So the new definitions, just in summary form: expertise, management's expert, and expert. Expertise and management's expert, as we all know, are also in the IESBA, so they're defined in the IESBA. So we'll start with expertise first. We have proposed this new definition, which is, you can see the blue text, which is the last line there. on the slide, expertise is knowledge and skills in a particular field. So this has a slight differential with the ISA 620 current definition, which is that we've removed essentially the element of experience from expertise. And the reason for that, just for reference, on this next slide, we've gone through sort of the layman dictionary definition and other literature. An expert essentially is someone who has knowledge and skills. And the task force believes, going back to this slide, that experience is the factor that actually demonstrates your expertise. It's an element and a factor that can actually demonstrate this. So we've spoken with the IESB staff on this. They've acknowledged this, and at the CAG, it was also mentioned, it was acknowledged, but it was also urged that potentially simultaneous amendments to, or consequential amendments simultaneously to ISA 620 would be beneficial because otherwise there'd be a difference in the definition. So we'll coordinate obviously with the IESB on that. The other new definition that we've proposed is management's experts. So this definition builds on that's included in ISA 500, revised the exposure draft. There's a minor differential in that we've also recognized that management's expert can provide non-financial information. So that's the blue text you see in the middle of the slide. So it's an individual or organization possessing expertise in a field other than accounting, auditing, or assurance, whose work is used by the entity to prepare financial or non-financial information. So again, this has been discussed with the IESB and no concern raised on this matter at the moment. As Laurie mentioned previously, the scope of our proposed new sections in the code, that's part 2, part 3, and part 5, they do not, the work of a management expert is not seen as equivalent to the work of an external expert used by a professional accountant. And the reason for that being is that the lens we're seeing the work of a management expert is that work is the same as any other information or data received from management when you're performing, for example, an assurance engagement. For example, that's why management's experts definition is in ISA 500, which is under the audit evidence standard ISA, as opposed to the ISA 620, which is for using the work of an expert. So we've explained this within the draft text, and that's the bottom paragraph in blue. So we've explained essentially that point. So if in the course of performing professional service, the PA uses the work of a management expert, that work is deemed to be information provided by management for the purposes of this section. So hopefully that clarifies the scope, and also in the definition we've highlighted that. You'll see in the next slide. So the last new definition we've added is also just expert in general. So this new definition of expert essentially is to benchmark the use of an expert against the PA's own competence. So that's recognizing that a PA might not have all the expertise necessary to perform a professional activity or professional service. Introducing a new definition, expert in this sense, makes it also applicable to part 2, PAIBs, and also experts used in NAS. So we're not just confining this to external experts using an audit or other assurance. So that blue text you'll see at the bottom, that's essentially the definition of expert that we've introduced. I won't read it all out because I assume it's been read, and we can also go through the page flip there. Okay, another thing that the task force did consider as well is many stakeholder questions as to whether those that provide data or other information, are these individuals or organizations, are they experts? So we've also clarified in the draft text that such individuals are not experts. Those individuals essentially are providing data sets for a general purpose, and this general purpose is with the, oh, okay. This is aligned with the concepts also in the ISIS, where they also have a similar example in terms of, for example, benchmarking real estate prices or mortality tables for general use. So maybe I'll pause here really quickly before we go into the different roles of experts in audit and assurance for any feedback on the 3 new definitions. So that is expertise, management's expert, and expert. So I see a few cards. Do we?
This is not a big point, but on that last point about, people give you data sets and do benchmarking. When I was reading this in the context, I think we should get a little more simple and just, explain that there's information that is widely published and publicly available as part of that, because you've got like pricing services and a whole wide array of things that people can go see, pull up publicly available. And this, I just thought how it was worded actually in the text was a little opaque.
Okay.
Okay, Hector?
Thank you very much. In case we move forward to trying to include sustainability reporting besides the PA, maybe the definition of expert could have some room for accommodating that, instead of referring to outside the sustainability assurance practitioner's competence. In the sense that this could be also outside the sustainability reporting practitioner's competence.
It's more on the other one, no?
A slide here, right? Okay, so you're saying to expand it also to,
No, I'm saying if we go in that direction.
if we go in that direction.
This definition, we will have to amend it subsequently, because we are going to be covering also the sustainability reporting practitioner.
But at the moment, I guess
At the moment,
Yeah.
I'm only flagging that.
Okay,
That
yeah, got it.
this is sort of a definition that we could make it big immediately instead of having to change it afterwards.
Oh, sorry, Rania, I didn't see you.
Yes. Not for PAI.
Thank you. So I just like 2 questions. First of all, on the definition of management expert, I didn't quite understand why the individual, I mean, we're referring to an individual or organization possessing expertise in a field other than accounting, auditing, or assurance. I think that, I mean, you cannot limit the kind of expertise that management decides to draw on. They could have expertise in the field of accounting, auditing, assurance. They might, for example, bring in someone who has expertise in sustainability assurance, let's say, moving forward. But as long as they have decided to use that person as a resource, then for the assurance provider, I think you would have to categorize them as a management expert, because they are, as you said in the following paragraph, and rightly so, is that you have to deem this information as being provided by management.
Yeah.
So I would not limit the scope of the expertise of the management expert. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And my other, it's just a question on the definition of expert, is that you're saying an individual or organization possessing expertise that is outside the professional accountants or sustainability assurance. So you're saying a professional accountant in public practice, is that what you're?
You're saying by use by the
No, sorry, in the following, in the definition of an expert.
the following one. Okay.
slide.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when you say outside the professional accountants.
It can be PAIB or PAPP.
Oh. All right, PAIB, so you're referring to someone who is working in the, yeah.
It can be a
Okay,
professional
okay.
accountant in general. It doesn't have to be in
Okay,
in public practice.
okay, I get it. So that would be different from the management expert in that case? I'm just asking.
Yeah, I have the same question.
Yeah.
How does it come that the PA is not in the management?
Yeah,
I mean, it's assimilated.
yeah.
A PAIB
Is in the
is part
management.
of the management. No?
Exactly.
That's my
Yeah.
my understanding. And then, of course, they will have the use of experts as PAIB or as management for accounting. Let's say that auditing and assurance, maybe not, but for accounting for sure, because they cannot go to their assurance provider, to their auditor to ask for preparation of a position. So if they need some expertise for a very difficult issue to account for,
That would
they
be a
will
management.
have a need. So this will be a management's position
Exactly.
in the end. So what did you mean by excluding these? What was the objective?
Okay, I think I see where you're coming from, but let me try. So for the expert, this is essentially an expert that can be used by any professional accountant or sustainability assurance practitioner. And in terms of management's experts specifically, this term is for those that are providing public, so PAPPs. So in the context of a PAPP doing an audit, for example, that might use the work of the management's expert. So this is really drawn from that, the auditing concepts of the ISAs in that context.
So the assurance provider will never rely on the expert position taken by the management on an accounting treatment?
No,
what I-
no. It means that under the ISAs, when it becomes management data,
Yeah,
and you have to provide whatever the
Yeah.
audit work is
Mhm.
on that information. It's, you can't just automatically
Yes,
rely on
okay.
it, right?
and it would be different if it's outside accounting. That's what
Yeah.
you are aiming at. Yeah?
So that
yeah, exactly.
limitation of, you're referring to the limitation
Yes,
of
yes.
My point is, and I think Christian and I are on the same page, is that if management decides to draw on whatever management expert in whatever area of expertise, they're free. You cannot say it's outside this area or, in my opinion, a management expert is someone who is providing whatever expertise. Maybe the management want to draw on an accounting expert for whatever reason. They have, I mean, it's their prerogative to do that. For us, this is a management expert, regardless which area they are coming from. That's how I would see it.
Yeah, and I see your point. So from that perspective, from a management perspective in a company, if they use an expert, that's not limited. So this definition would apply.
I think
to
it's a
that,
good point.
expert here. So any outside your competence, you can engage an expert. I see the potential confusion because management could be from the PAIB perspective, but what we intended with this management's expert was when you use the work of the management's expert in the context of, for example, an audit or other assurance. And so hence the limitation, that's a concept taken from the ISAs as well. And interestingly enough, the feedback on ISA 500, their ED, came back with also some comments on the limitation of should it be limited to, as in should it be scoped out for accounting?
Yeah,
and
it
et
shouldn't
cetera.
be scoped.
Yeah, so we'll
take that away.
We'll take that
It's a good
forward
point.
and discuss.
Thank you.
Okay, and can you go back?
Now go to the
what-
next slide, because Crystal
Yeah,
has.
yeah. There was, so here it's for PAPP and PAIB. So here you say that, for example, if it's an accounting expert, from the PA point of view, either it is a very specific issue where you can argue that it is outside of your competence. So you ask for an expert. What do we want to avoid by saying that it is outside? Do we want to avoid, for example, having another part of the management asking for an expert to have a contradictory discussion on a point with his PA? That's what we want to avoid. You see what I mean?
I'm not following
Yeah,
exactly.
if I think I got Christelle's point.
Arbitrage.
And that was the, yeah, my point too, is that when you're defining expert, so it's an individual or organization possessing expertise that is outside the professional accountant. I would add in public practice, because it cannot be otherwise. Yeah, isn't this what, because if it's a PAIB, then you're going back to the management expert definition. You get my point. So it's either a professional accountant in public practice or an assurance.
Luigi, do you want to jump in
Yeah.
here? He's
Hmm?
itching. I see his.
Yeah.
We have to solve this. Yeah, you see my point about this was deceptively simple. So this is a very good discussion. Thank you, Luigi.
Now, just to clarify that when we think about an expert, we think about the start of the journey. Then we have the expert used in advisory services by the employing organization or by a professional accountant in public practice, or an expert used in an assurance activity by the PAIBB, or an expert used by the management. With this definition that I think could be improved, we try to have this distinction to make it clear that when there is an expert, these experts bring competence that are outside the competence of a professional accountant. And then depending on the journey, we will add build on this definition to say, well, if it is for the management, it is one thing. If it is for the advisory services, we need to consider the employing organization and the professional accountant. If it is for assurance, there is something else. So you will find different layer in the text. Probably I was confused, but I tried to respond.
I understand what you mean. So the way to the final consequences, it's okay. It's just the exclusion is at the top, meaning that it's outside its competence. And within a private entity, you can have a lack of confidence, or it's a very important issue and you have your internal PA that gives you an opinion as a management member, right? And maybe as a CFO who is not a PA, you would like to have a written another expert giving you an opinion. So it's not impossible that at the end, after discussion or whatever, I mean, this expert exists and has issued a position, and to some extent it is existing when the assurance providers are coming. So I don't see how it is workable to exclude this, and why we exclude. I understand from the PAPP point of view that from the PAIB and management expert, I feel there is something not easy to capture the why.
This definition doesn't apply to management experts. It's because that's separate.
That's exactly the point.
Yeah.
But you said to PAIB, which is part of the management. I mean, at the end, the PAIB position, be it his own or one of his expert or one of another expert, it can be on his own competence.
So maybe if I can sort of summarize, the question is, do we limit this to private accountants in practice?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
this exclusion.
Yes, that's okay.
It should be, in my mind, professional accountants in public
Okay. Ken has a comment.
No, I think the confusion is that we are confusing the use of the concept of management expert across the spectrum, and that's not the intent. The concept of management expert essentially only applies in the context of audit and assurance. It is a concept that is in the IESBA standard, and that is why we're referring to ISA 500, which is the auditing standard.
Okay.
So the generic concept is the concept of an expert, as Reggie has explained it. We're starting from the base that if you as a PA, whether you're in business or in public practice, you don't have competence in a particular field or area, where you reach out to China, who has, or
Okay,
Jens, they have expertise in that area. And from my perspective, as a PA, whether I'm in business or in public practice, China or Jens,
He's
they
an
are the
expert.
expert.
Okay.
That's a generic concept of an expert. The concept of management expert
the
doesn't
perspective.
apply in the business context. And
Oh,
I
okay,
think the
it's just
confusion
in the
is
Right.
when we are thinking of the concept of management expert from a PIB context, and that's not the intent. The concept of management expert only is relevant from an audit or assurance concept. And that's why we are excluding that concept from the get-go, because we're saying that from an audit or assurance perspective, the work of the management expert is no different from any of the information we need to obtain from the entity for purposes of our audit or assurance procedures. So this starting point is very critical for us to be in agreement, because if we're not in agreement as to where we're starting, the entire structure is going to crumble, because everything hinges on the definition.
So Ken, really, I agree completely with that. And we spent a ton of time on that particular issue. So the point is, we're defining management expert to remove it from really the applicability of this section, because then it becomes audit evidence, right? And
Right.
it's just you use the IESA then to, what do you do with audit evidence? There are rules around that. It's not anything that we're talking about relying on, although it may be used in the course of provision of services. It's not really covered by this expert section, but to get it out, we have to define it, if that makes sense. Okay. Tom? Oh. Sunam.
Thank you for clarification. I fully understand. What's confusing to all of us is the management expert. We should be clear that it's scoped out, right? But on the other hand, it has been addressed part by part. For instance, in paragraph 390.783, is in the context of an audit or other assurance engagement, depending on their role, expert is A, B, C, and D. It says a management expert if the expert is employed or engaged. So this kind of structure is just confused us a lot, so it's very difficult. So we need to make it clear.
I think Felician's before me.
Oh, sorry. Felician, hi, it's just you. Felician?
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to concur with the way the definitions are going, and I think the task force has done a good job in clarifying some of these definitions. I just wanted to, if you can go to the next slide for expert. I just wanted to have some clarity on especially the last sentence of the definition, which says, this excludes internal auditors employed or engaged by an employing organization or client. And I was wondering why cite internal auditors only? So I was thinking, could we say, maybe, can we say other internal professionals, such as internal auditors, so that we don't necessarily stop at internal auditors? I don't know whether my point is clear. Just saying excludes internal auditors, it's like we are stopping at internal auditors, yet there could be others that are not necessarily internal auditors.
I'm going to ask Gabe.
Yeah, that actually came up in the CAG meeting. Paul Sobel, who is representing the international IAs, said, "Well, why is that in there? Why are you picking on internal auditors? You're saying that they're excluded, but we don't say other people are excluded necessarily." So I suspect the task force discussed his comment and still decided to leave it in. Am I wrong?
We
Yeah.
have a task force meeting actually after this session, so we're gonna
Yeah.
be
We've been-
discussing.
we've been done
Okay,
it.
but anyway,
In
that was
context, but
Paul's,
we
that
will-
was
yeah,
Paul's
yeah, yeah.
suggestion.
We're
I
aware
hear
of it and
you.
we've passed it along.
I'm
to the
ahead of
group.
you then,
Yeah, we
okay.
just haven't
All
gotten.
right, sorry.
we haven't
That was
done that.
really.
But what was the objective by adding this exclusion? What was the objective?
I see Sadia vying to put up her cards.
So this is an element of coordination with IEESB. The IEESB standards, the use of internal auditors has been taken out. And that was an amendment to this definition about 10 years ago, where that was specifically excluded.
There's a whole set of rules surrounding the use of internal auditors in the ICEs. And so I think that was the other reason. Yeah, you're never going to treat him as an expert,
No.
but do we need that sentence is the question.
And so I think the takeaway is both, do we need that? And if we do we need it, that sentence to be a little more broad to encompass other
Yes,
things?
yes.
So we will take that away as a discussion point. I don't think we have any answer right now. We don't want
If we keep it, it should mean something for us also, meaning that we use that for choosing the right way to treat a subject or whatever, or it should be connected to some other discussion we have in the code, or it would only be a matter of we have the same definition and it is there because in ISA whatever, you see. This can also exist, but there should be a consequence of this sentence being kept.
Okay.
Either it's referring to IESB or it's referring to something you need to know and because you do something about it.
Mark?
And maybe Chair, if I can maybe clarify a little bit. My thinking was coming from if you maybe because banks are public interest entities and possibly could have many others. If you look at the banking sector, you have people that are in charge of compliance, risk, and they could be maybe lumped up together in the same way as internal auditors. So if you cite internal auditors and you leave out a bunch of others that could be also in the same vein as equal as internal auditors, then there's something that is not coming out clearly. Just clarify that.
Okay, we'll take that under advisement. Mark?
Thank you. So I actually think that the task force has done a really pragmatic sort of approach with this, and it's a really difficult thing to navigate. And I don't necessarily think it's for the material that you're proposing for the code, but I think the real difficulty here is that it's one of those subjects where there's almost an overlap between ethical and independence considerations and performance considerations. And the performance considerations, of course, sit in the ISAs, but it's sort of tended to have bled into sort of the territory of this board. And and that sort of makes it harder to try and frame what you're trying to do as a project. So I don't necessarily think it's for within the code, but I would encourage the task force to think in framing any sort of consultation document, explanatory memorandum that goes out, to be really, really sharp on the fact that what we're doing is focusing on the specific ethical and independence considerations that are relevant in the context of the use of experts, acknowledging the fact that there is a sort of overlay of performance standards, but explaining why the performance standard bit isn't relevant to our consultation. And that's really hard to do with the text on its own.
Yeah.
But I think it makes the framing of this perhaps really more important than almost any other area.
That's super helpful. And I think, we've mentioned already that just this bit in how many times that has come up in issues. Rania? Oh, Tom, go ahead.
I think that the issue a little bit related to the, you mentioned about the definition of expertise. And then I think if I understand correctly, there might be some sort of the consequential amendment in the IWCB as well. Yeah, I mean, that's the, perhaps it is a sort of the, it's not the pure consequential amendment because it's a different, different standard. So, but at the same time that the message that this discussion in IESBA have closely related and the intention of the coordination of the two boards are really established. Showing that message is very important. So I understand that need some sort of separation. This is a sort of the ethics and independence issue, and this is a performance issue. Separation is always important, but at the same time, coming back to the basic definitions, showing the world to that those two boards are really coordinated is also very important as well. So the word using the consequential amendment, I think that's a very good idea, but at the same time that you have to be very careful about that.
Great, we agree. Thanks, Ronnie.
Yes. So, like, I'm looking at this statement about the internal auditors, and perhaps I don't know if this is the idea or the intention is to scope out anybody employed by the organization. So I'm thinking of a situation where the professional accountant or assurance practitioner is referring to someone within the organization, but who has expertise in an area that they do not have expertise in. Would that person be considered an expert? And so if the answer is no, then perhaps you would change the sentence to say, anybody that excludes anyone who is employed by the practitioner's organization, employing organization, because then you're just referring to a colleague. It's not necessarily an expert. So an expert should be outside the scope of the organization.
What is the intent?
Yeah, so I think that's what we need to, I mean, I don't have the answer.
That's addressed in 390.
Sorry. Yeah, that was your comment, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I had another sort of question or a comment, I guess. And I don't know to what extent the application material has all been filled in, but this phrase outside the PA's competence, I think it's really important to have some application material on that because I mean, otherwise, well, it would narrow the scope, in my opinion. It would narrow it down. What I've seen in practice is sometimes a firm that maybe they have a lot of technical competence, but there's things beyond that. Let's say in the derivatives area or debt equity, some of those classifications are extremely complicated. So you'll go to another PA, right, outside the organization. Are they excluded in this? I don't know that they would, just because they're another PA.
No,
they're not excluded.
no, they're not excluded.
Okay, I don't think they should be.
Yeah, no,
I
no,
thought at one
definitely
point we said those folks would be excluded because the PA, the auditor, let's say, should have that competence. Am I wrong about that?
Well, the auditor may or may not have a particular competence, right? Because especially how specialized certain things are, including industry-specific things, and depending on the size of the firm, they may not have that competence. They may well hire a PA from another firm who does have that competence, and that would be an expert.
Right, and so it goes back to my question. Outside the PA's competence, what
Yes.
does that mean?
Are we going to talk about that, Cam?
Yeah, fair, yeah.
I mean, it's a flexible concept. I think the PA has to know what their level of competence is, right? Andy, you want to say something?
I think, as usual, Galen has put his finger on a very important aspect of it, because relative to the people walking along the street, everyone in this room is an expert in ethics, right? But in this professional standard, I wouldn't turn to you as, each other as an expert because we possess the knowledge that we have. And so that's the conundrum I think a lot of folks are having is, yes, that person is an expert, but in our world, are they an expert relative to the professional accountant is what they're doing. And so in one respects, in the dictionary, they're an expert, but in the realm of providing services and adhering to the fundamental principles, they're not relatively an expert. And
Yeah.
so I think that sentence that
Yes.
Galen just pointed at is very important that we be robust on that.
Yeah, and look, I think it is up to a PA to know what they're competent and not competent in.
That's fundamental.
This is due care.
It may not be black and
professional
white.
behavior.
There
It
may
may
be
not be black
shades.
and white, but you know, as a professional, like, this is a high risk area. I'm not quite sure how strong I am. Then you're thinking about, do I bring in an expert? Are there experts in that area? I don't know that we can write a rule to lay that out, but it may be, we need to talk about that more in application material.
I just want to say to what Andy is saying, especially that you took out experience from the term expertise.
But
I mean, like, for example, again, to your point, it's like, for example, let's say we're all in this room, we're all accountants, but perhaps some of us have experience in certain areas, regions, whatever, and so that would be the experience component that we took out of expertise. So if we're just referring to knowledge and skills, one could argue that we all have the same expertise. But
So we pick up the experience issue in how you evaluate the adequacy of the expert.
Yeah.
Right. So it's not removed entirely. It's just where we put it in the language. And I think when we get to that, we can have that discussion. We had quite a, Kim, you might want to jump in here. I don't know.
Yeah, no, we do have it in the draft text as you mentioned. Yeah. And we can, well, when we do the page flips. Yeah.
Rich?
Yeah, appreciating the efforts put in, because this isn't as easy as it can sound when you write the words down.
Yeah.
But I am a little concerned about this definition as it relates to the phrase professional accountants. Does that include the employing organization and the firm in that phrase? Because many organizations might have people, using Galen's example, corporation may have people that trade in the treasury function, but they call on the person over in accounting who knows how to account for derivatives. Is that the use of an expert in the PAIB example? And likewise, in the PAPPs, many large and small firms have people who have been specifically asked to develop the knowledge and skills around a tax issue, around valuation, around accounting for complex financial instruments. And I don't think every time you bring one of those people in, you need to be treating them as an expert. In fact, I would say in that part of the example, if it's employed by the professional accountants, PAPP's organization, they're outside this definition because they're subject to the ISQM standards.
We agree fully with you. They're part of either the assurance team or the engagement team. And they're covered then. They're not part of the
That
expert.
doesn't read that way right
No,
here in
no.
this definition.
Here you exclude, my reading is that you put the PA in a situation where if he has recourse to an expert or an expertise that is qualified as an expert, it means that he has not the competence in there. So it's not a good start. Then what is not evident here is that what is important is that this expert is coming from outside his organization, be it the PAIB organization or the PAPP organization. Because in the PAPP, we just answered that this is going to be dealt as an internal expert contributing, etc. And from the PAIB point of view, it is the same. If he goes to an engineer in the engineering department of his organization, it's not. It will not be an expert position. It will become the employing organization position. if he relies on it. You see what I mean? So what is the purpose of first excluding or putting the PA in a situation to make the first judgment? Do I need? Of course, he will make a judgment. And if whatever the how, the why he has recourse to an external expert, he should be do due diligence or some work on that. If he wants to take it as an expert position to be presented to his auditor as a PAIB, or to be part of his assurance work if he's a PAPP. You see what I mean? Why would we put the first threshold as it should be outside of your competence? It's quite difficult. No? Whatever the reason, you have to have access to ask for an expert. That's good, but how do you deal with that? No? I'm puzzling a little bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about how to answer that. Sorry, I'm thinking on the fly here. If the I suppose you could have it. I'm trying to think of the instance that would come up that you would have, let's say you're a professional accountant in practice. I have this expertise, I know what I'm doing. Are you hiring an expert then to?
You won't. If you don't need it, you
Right,
won't.
that's the
But why
point.
do you prescribe that there is a trigger? It should be outside. If you do ask for an expert, it might be that you have good reasons, or anyhow you are spending money for no reason, which is not what we expect from professionals. So if you have recourse to an expert,
Yeah.
it is because you feel you need it. It can be to help you to be more convincing. It can be that it is a partial of it. You don't know how to treat it. It could be that you want to be to have a sort of contradictory or confirming advice on what you think and is in your competence. There are a lot of reasons, and I don't understand why we prescribe that there is an exclusion. So if it is it should be in your competence. If you have recourse to an expert, well, we can come back to you because you might not be the right person at the right position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ken, do you want to jump in here?
Might be a consequential.
Yeah. Well, I will try to solve this in the next 10 minutes before lunch. Or not, we'll see where we go. We have to, first of all, know where we are standing. And we can be in different places. We can be in an assurance context, an audit or assurance context, in which case the concept of an external expert is the concept that applies.
Yeah.
Now, this concept of an external expert has to hinge on something. It's external in the sense that it is external to your firm.
Yes.
Because otherwise we wouldn't call them external. So they're external to the firm, but they're an expert. And what we're saying is the basic definition of an expert is that it is an individual who has basically knowledge and skills outside of your competence. I'll come back to your point about experience in a minute, Rania, but that's a basic concept. It is an individual who has competence that you don't have as a PA. But to your question, Christelle, if I'm a PA and I'm trained and I'm skilled in the art of accounting and anything else that I need to pick up as part of my training, why would I, if I need to go to somebody else, would that individual, that somebody else be an expert for any reason other than because they have the competence I don't have? And I would just caution the board in going down that direction, because we could be treating anybody as an expert for any reason, because that's essentially the slippery slope.
Yeah. With what consequence?
well, the consequences will bring the entirety of what we're gonna develop in terms of ethical requirements for PA. So, just pick anybody in an organization whom you would like to turn you to assist you in something. Maybe you're under some sort of deadline, you're pressured. You need to deliver a report by tomorrow. You have the competence in the area. It is just that you need an extra pair of hands, maybe to do some computation, some analysis. You can do it yourself because you have the expertise, but it so happens that you have to send that report in within the next hour, and you need that individual to come in. So would you as a PA need to then apply the code simply because you've drawn somebody in because you need to meet a deadline? And that's a very, very dangerous path to go, because you could, as you say, you can pull 18 board members here because everybody, it's the more hands you have in the pie, the quicker you get to the answer. And that is, I don't believe that is what this project is about. This project is about articulating the ethical expectations of the PA for a reason. And that reason is, what we're saying is, if you really need that individual, if you really need China OEMs because they are experts in law or in derivatives, and you don't have that expertise, what would be my expectation from an ethical perspective? Do I need to think about their competence, their objectivity, their capabilities, whatever this board is going to develop in terms of ethical requirements? So that is a basic concept of an expert. And maybe while I'm here, maybe just turn to your question, Rania, why not bringing in experience? And I probably would argue that the concept of skills is inherently connected to experience. I might have the knowledge, but if I have not applied that knowledge to develop basically the art of doing it, which is a skill, I really don't have the skill. So the experience is built in. But what we are saying is, in the task force is arguing is, the experience is actually not, because you already have the concept of skill. Bringing in experience is not really the point, because expertise is the know. It is about the know-how, and know-how is knowledge and skill. You take any profession, the profession of woodworking. I mean, you take a carpenter. They have the knowledge, what type of wood to use, what tools, but they have to have the skill as to how to use a tool, how to craft whatever they're building. So that's what I would caution, not to bring experience in, because it is a separate concept. But I come back to my point again about knowing where we're standing. We have to start with the basic concept of an expert. And then we have to think about the audit and assurance context, which is important. It is a really large part of this project. What should be the ethical approach when we think about the use of an external expert in an audit and assurance context? And maybe if you can flip to the next slide, which is where we have the definition of an external expert. And that's where we have to, wherever you have the definition, right? In the context, yes. So what we're saying is, it's an individual who possesses expertise in a field other than assurance. I don't know if you have the audit definition for the auditor's expert.
That's essentially the black text there. It's an individual organization who is not a member, partner or member of the professional standard, possessing skills, knowledge, and experience in a field other than accounting, auditing. So assurance is.
So if I could unpack a few of the questions that have been raised, and maybe Galen, you raised the point about competence. So if I do not have competence in derivatives, I'm a PA in public practice, and really I'm just looking at it from an audit and assurance context. And I need, well, first of all, accounting for derivatives is an accounting topic. It is an accounting skill, if you could argue, but it is, as an accountant, you have to have a basic understanding, let's say, of derivatives, but whether you're actually skilled in the accounting of it, well, you may not have that skill. So therefore, you go to somebody who has that skill,
Yeah.
and you ask for their help. Now, asking for that help, what we are arguing from an audit and assurance context is to say that this is actually seeking their advice as to how to account for it.
Yes.
And we bring those individuals in through the concept of the audit or assurance team. And we pick them up for independence purposes for the concept of an audit or assurance team. If we don't have accounting, the exclusion of accounting here, essentially we are going to bring everybody in as so you, if you see what I mean. So
and I think if you go back 2 slides to 18, that was what I was referring to.
Yeah.
If you're bringing them in from elsewhere in your firm, because frankly, many of us are accountants and I could not account for derivatives. I certainly wouldn't do that. But if you have people in your firm, you bring them in and they're engagement or audit team members, and then they're already covered by the code, right? So they are not experts because they're part of the team, right?
Yeah.
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 So you would take that out, you would adjust it like say that this excludes anybody who is within the employee organization.
Yeah. And now do you want to go forward, Kim?
Just to clarify on that point, does that mean then all these things about the criteria and factors you need to evaluate whether it's appropriate to use them are irrelevant because they're part of the audit team then?
Well, they're not
There's a lot of
experts.
stuff in here, including documentation.
They're not experts. They're part of the exactly.
Yes. That's what we're saying. They're not.
And if we need to make that more clear, and I think this discussion means we need to think about how we lay that out. If they're part of the engagement team, all the rules around
That's
audit
fine.
teams and audit work, et cetera, apply. They are not experts and we're not applying this. So there's no extra workload, Rich, to go through this.
Like, just this goes back to the point about, it's important to get the clarity, but the confusion almost comes because of the way the engagement is performed.
Yep.
Not the expertise you are using to support the engagement. So I think, again, like there has to be some way of being really clear up front that this is not about the way you're performing the engagement. It is about the expertise that you are bringing in to buttress the team delivering, because that expertise doesn't exist in the team.
Yeah, and to the concern that, that may make someone look bad, that's professional competence and due care. It doesn't look bad. It avoids negligence. If you need someone, do it right, bring them in. I mean, I'm never concerned about bringing in expertise. Accountants, lawyers do it all the time to make sure they get to the right answer. That avoids a negligence issue by doing that. So that to me is a fundamental principle of professional competence and due care, and that you bring that, either you have it or you get it, one way or the other, and you put that in place. So I think this clarity point is right. Is anybody got their, Tom or Rania, are you?
I just wanted to say that, I mean, what Christelle was talking about, like sometimes you might refer to like someone in your own area of expertise. Like, I mean, I could understand that you probably wouldn't do that maybe in accounting, for example, which is a field that we are all, let's say, accountants or practitioners are quite comfortable in. But now that we are expanding this in terms of ESG, like for example, I know quite well in healthcare, sometimes you might get a second opinion, like a doctor is like a physician is facing a certain situation, they might go to a second opinion on the same issue, and it is in their area of expertise. So I think that that might be the case when we are talking about ESG. So I mean, I see your point, but I also see some merit in what Christelle is saying, in the sense that, I mean, you may want to refer to someone in your own area of expertise just to confirm, to corroborate, like a sounding board. So just a thought.
So I actually think that's well said and summarized, and we'll take that away to think, but I do think we need this language in there because the vast majority is somehow I don't have the expertise to cover this, but I think we can figure out a way to think about a second opinion type situation, which could be helpful. So let's.
Maybe you need it for the PAPP, but for the PAIB, I would argue that the question is, do you have recourse to an outside expert outside of your employing organization? And are you going to rely on this expert to record or to for your reporting, etc. Which, and then if there might be consequences, and you should do the same kind of attention, due diligence, etc. care, yeah. But if it's inside your organization, be it internal audit or whatever, what is internal, it should not be dealt the same way, because at the end you take responsibility if it's on the basis of a mail of a colleague or of somebody in your team or your own work. It doesn't who cares? Who cares? So the definition, which is meant to be common for both, maybe it's triggering some difficulties. Yeah. No.
No. I sort of see where you're going with your question, Krista. But I think the task force is conscious of this in terms of how it's laid out the framework for dealing with experts. First of all, in an audit or assurance context, if the expert is internal to the organization or external, the approach is going to be different because clearly there's understanding that if it's an expert internal to the firm, they would be subject to all the quality management policies, procedures, etc. But if it's external, clearly there's a bit more work to be done to assess the competence, capabilities, etc. And equally on the preparer side, if you take a PIB context and the individual expert is internal to the organization,
just the organization.
It's not, the approach is going to be different if the individual is external and unknown to the PA. So the approach is graduated, in other words. But we can work through the through the sections and see whether we've got that balance.
Okay, well, we'll go through.
That's yeah. Do we want to?
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for this very easy discussion.
It's important.
Yeah, it's really important because as you were saying, if we don't get it right from the start, it will be very difficult to understand and address the rest of the framework. So yeah, it's important that there are no doubts. Thank you very much. And also to the task force, I can see the time that you may have spent on this to get where you are. So we are going to stop now. We have a planning committee meeting.
Yeah, the planning committee is meeting, I suppose, in one of the rooms at the back. We'll find it. But yes.
Yeah, and we will get back at
2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Thank you. Our apologies. Getting a bit late. So Laurie, do you want to pick up where we were?
Yeah, thanks. We're gonna end the definition discussion. Thanks for the feedback. I think we have a couple thoughts of what we need to do around that. So we may reach out to several of you specifically just to make sure to clarify some of the points. Some of them I think we resolved in light of, you know, maybe the way someone was reading it, but we'll pop back on that. We want to move on because we have a limited amount of time and we do want to get through the page turn. I think what we're going to do, and Cam, I just want to see almost everything in our slides is stuff that we have covered or will be in the page turn. Do you want to move to the page turn right now?
Yes.
Or is there anything in particular?
Is your mic on, Cam?
Now, yes.
Oh, now, yes. Yeah, there you go. Would you want to?
And do you want to
This one,
start
this
with,
slide? Or just go straight to the?
yeah, no, we've talked about that. I mean, there's an uplift for, some of this stuff is a little more detail and it'll be even more detailed in the page turn. But there's an uplift for external experts in audit and assurance and Kim, do you want to, oh, look, that was the same page I was on. So that's fascinating. Yeah, let's do just a couple. Just if we go to the next page. The PA is required to evaluate that objectivity. And what we've done, and we'll go through this in the page turn, is pull in some of the independence, we're calling them independence attributes for purposes of this discussion, from 4A and 4B, and that the PA needs to apply the conceptual framework in assessing those. If we want to go to the next slide, this comes right from 390.10, which we'll go through. This slide and the next slide are the types of attributes that need to be looked at. And we can talk about, I think it's important to talk about this concept, both of pulling these into the objectivity evaluation, as well as the list. Is the list right? Are there things on here that don't matter? Are there big things that we're missing that come to anybody's mind? So this, to me, when I think about when we set the stage for this project, this was a very important part of this because we needed to consider independence. It wasn't about adopting independence or not adopting it. It was about consider how that plays into the use of the expert. We've pulled it in through the objectivity, which is consistent with the ISA right now, but we are now providing the detail about what that might look like. And so this discussion is probably the harder thing. So I'll pause there. And I don't know if anybody has any comments on that. We'll move to a broader page turn, but why don't we pause on this topic? Because this is probably the definitions aside, this is probably the hardest topic because we need to think about what that means. Thoughts? So now?
Yeah, I support of this proposal. I have one clarification to need in terms of the scope of expert evaluation. Currently, I believe the full scope of evaluation is proposed for team members, right? Not only the individual expert, plus team members of the expert. And then we are very silent about the organization of the expert, other than just requiring the controlling owner relationship with the entity. So I'm wondering what rationale we have in reaching out this proposal.
Turn my thing on. Help me understand. Do you mean an independence assessment of the investments of that entity maybe, or something like that?
The evaluations, the scope of the evaluation, individual experts should be evaluated.
Yeah.
And then the team members of the expert also
Yep.
should be evaluated. And then we are silent about the organization of the expert.
The firm of
the
the
form, the
expert?
entity, the entity.
The expert
Expert entity.
definition has, I'm sorry to go back to definition, but expert definition has individual or organization. So when the term expert was used, it's essentially.
My question is about, I believe, that paragraph.
Yep.
Like, we have K, right? Can you go down?
Okay.
Yeah,
Next
the
page,
next
I believe.
page. The one next page.
Okay,
Oh.
no. Maybe changed.
I think it's about 39010. At the end, we have K. Yes. If the external expert is an organization, the nature and extent of interest and relationship between the controlling owner of the external expert and the entity. We say that. And the next paragraph says, where the external expert uses the team to carry out the expert's work, the paragraph, okay, applies equally to all members of the team. So my question is about the entity of the expert.
So I understand you would like to see something around the entity.
I'd like to understand the rationale.
I don't know that we had a rationale. I think you're pointing out something that we probably need to talk about, whether we put some language in there.
Okay.
I don't think there was like a decided, other
We'll
than
be asked.
no, it's a really good question. And I think we were thinking about, even if you hire an organization, the individuals are the ones performing the work, et cetera. But I suppose that there's a sense that an organization itself could have an independence issue, for example, right? And so I think, unless anybody has a comment, we can pick that up in discussion.
Okay.
I think it's helpful. So that may be something, I said two things. Did we miss anything, or do we have things on here that don't matter or could be worded differently? Anything else? Rich?
Yeah, I'll save most of my comments for the page turn, but I had that same observation that it's very focused on the individual. So even like when you talk about directorships, you cover the persons, you cover their family members. You don't say anything if the CEO of the company they work for is the director of the entity they're going to be assessing the expertise on, right? So I think we need to think about that. I'm also a little confused. Every time we use the word entity, are we talking the entity on which sustainability assurance is being provided or audit procedure is being provided?
Yeah. This is my understanding.
Is that, I'm not sure that's clear in anything I read, but I may have misread it. Okay, I'll stop there.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I think the points of view and Sugnam together, we can craft something that gets at those. So we'll take that away. All right. Any other points? Do people feel like this is the right list? I mean, this for me is very important, because this, obviously whatever list we have is this is ultimately going to end up with the PA needing to request of the expert / the experts organization to provide certain information so that they can evaluate it. And it's just a sense of, are we getting at the things? There's no way to do 100% of everything that could take place in the world, but are we getting at the things that we think are the key things that would impact our ability to rely on the objectivity of that expert? Yep. I just have one more. Sorry for
I'm not saying there is, but the only thing that came to my mind when I read this list was that we're defining it basically in financial terms. Could there be, I don't know, I cannot think of any particular example, but are there any? I mean, we're sticking to sort of the same spirit of the of independence and objectivity that was there before the whole idea of ESG, came into being. So my question is, could there be any other example of, I don't know that there is, I'm just saying that perhaps it's something to look into.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of these are financial, but a lot of them are positions,
Yeah.
long association, close business relationship.
Yeah, but it's the same,
Yeah, it
it's
is
the
the-
same
it's-
spirit as what was
Definitely.
there before ESG, the whole idea of ESG.
That's actually a good point. Is there anything, and I don't know if anybody has a comment on that, is there anything in ESG land that we need to be thinking of? I mean, these are the classic
Yeah,
independence things,
exactly,
and what
yeah.
we've tried to do is look at 4A and 4B
Yeah.
and say, okay, these have developed over a long period of time. Which ones can we see being relevant? But I don't know if anything else has come up in the independence work on sustainability that we need to think of.
I have a question. On G there, the public statements, where did that come from? Is that, well, I mean, is it out of the literature? Was it somebody's suggestion? Because that's.
Which one? Sorry, which one?
That's a bias. That's a little bit of a, I think, which one is it?
G, the first one.
G.
Yeah, there's two Gs, Cam.
Oh, there is two Gs. Look at that, 2A.
Hey, how does that happen?
That's where the K came from.
I was looking at the look.
Hey, what a find,
first
what a
one.
find.
Yeah, that's not financial independence, but sometimes with experts, you have people who've been in very much in an advocate position. So
Yeah,
that's the
I
close relationship. Yeah.
I understand it.
I
but
think I
is it
can't remember. Does anybody remember? It came up
Any
in
previous
discussion.
public statements by an external expert?
It's a bias issue.
We have that.
I
also.
understand advocacy, but
Yeah, we have that also in the part 3 in sustainability.
Maybe we got it from you guys.
Yeah, we have something about the advocacy and eventually being against.
You want to
or
know why?
Playing against.
does that mean that someone has to look at all the public statements of an individual? I mean, it just, I mean, I'm all for,
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I know
you know,
the practicality of this.
Practicability.
I think the point given is that if one is aware about it,
Hmm.
it's not a due diligence which needs to be done. But if I'm aware about someone who's being publicly talking about something for the last, say, 10 years, should I ignore that and still go to that expert and take an opinion? I think one would leave it to the judgment of the PA in the end.
well,
But
it
this can be-
advocates for an entity.
An
though.
entity.
It's
It's
not
very
in
much-
general, then how much work is going to go into making that conclusion?
I think it is not.
Just a thought.
No, I know, I agree what
No,
you're
it's
saying.
it's actually a good
We can
point.
debate that.
I mean, a lot of these you are asking of the expert in the uptake. So I guess you could ask that too. I mean, I would say unlike others, you could probably Google this too, as well, but
Yeah.
I see what your point is that this is not any known previous statement, or this is any statement they're aware of, it's any previous statement. So, yeah.
I mean, I don't know that we have that standard for engagement team members.
Right.
To determine independence.
Yeah,
But this isn't independence, this is
I-
objectivity.
I view that as being one step down
Okay.
from independence. But true, full-blown independence.
Are you concerned about the scope and how onerous it is to comply with this, or whether a known statement exists that it shouldn't be considered?
I'm just getting at the, the scope.
Okay, I think we should.
Okay. So we'll take that away and have a think about A, rationalizing it, and B, if we keep it, how it's worded.
Yeah,
Does that
because
make
I didn't think this evaluation of an expert was, well, I think it needs to be thorough, but I don't know that it would be as onerous as what it would take to say somebody is independent.
Yeah,
Someone's
this-
quoted in the
this
paper
seems-
saying that
this
I've
seems-
evaluated this development project and it's worth $3 billion.
Yeah,
And then you're relying on that person for some
Yeah.
purpose.
I get your point.
They would be maybe not objective about their valuation.
Right.
But so it was the scope, not whether a statement existed.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we'll take that away. I think that's something we can chat about. Hector?
Thank you. In line with what Rania was asking in terms that in the world of sustainability, whether there will be maybe different approaches. I think you might need to have experts that may come from NGOs. For example, especially on the S, on human rights, these people will not probably be receiving remuneration, but will receive donations or contributions to their community or their cause. I'm not sure if we are capturing those in our definition, in these rules. I mean, I'm not sure that would qualify as remuneration if you give money to the World Wild Foundation and then you have an expert from that foundation saying that you have made the right assessment on the risk that you are creating on the fauna with your project or something like that. I think we might want to look at that other kind of relationships that are not transactional, but you could have influence via donations or other kinds of contributions.
Okay, that's a little bit of a complex one. I need to think about that.
And if you look at the definitions for independent directors in boards, you will see that in many of them say that you are not affiliated with an entity that received contributions, donation, charity, or anything like that within the last, I don't know, X years. So sort of a
Good.
language like that
That's very
might
helpful.
work.
Okay, very helpful. Thank you. Rich?
Yes, I'd ask you to think about on your business relationship line, which is, I think it's E, at least in the, it doesn't prohibit business relationships between the experts organization and the entity that is the subject being, the expert is evaluating. And I think that's very problematic, particularly in the audit context. You shouldn't be able to use an expert when their organization has, partnerships and business relationships, joint go-to-market and stuff like that going on. Secondly, on advocacy, I see the public statement, but what about defending them in court, a law firm? What about helping them raise capital or helping them sell assets? It might be in a different area, but those are activities. And that kind of gets to my third point, which is none of this addresses, are there services that would be problematic?
Okay.
And there may not be a lot. And I guess my fourth point is we didn't time box this. Is this like in the assurance period, or if it was prior to the assurance period or the professional engagement period, does it, you need to evaluate whether it has any carryover impact or threat created from that? I think some of that is we have that in the code. We just need to import some of that wording here. Thank you.
Okay, that's helpful. Okay, Chana?
So I had a similar point to Richard about other work, to that public statement one. What about other work? I was waiting for the page turn, but since Rich went ahead.
Yeah, no, it's helpful.
I also had a similar point about what if the person has performed other work or activity, not just the public statement one.
So you'd like to see that expanded somehow to cover off consideration of that in the objectivity.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we can do that. Helpful. Anything else? Okay, Cam, do we want to tee up page turn? And I think we start with public accountant in practice. Yeah. And we'll go through, and obviously, before we do this, obviously we'll go through this here. We've got a meeting coming up in October, in person, several day meeting. So if anybody leaves here and says, oh, I should have said this, just whip a note over, it's fine. Because that's when we'll be going through everything and we certainly have time to pick up points or do a call or whatever. Okay, great.
So we start with the page turn here. This is, these are amendments to the extent text because we now are introducing a new section in the part 3 of the code. So we're beginning with part 3. We're going to remove the extent text. We've proposed to remove the extent text that's currently in section 320, as you see on the screen here. Accordingly, in the again, in the you'll see the markup there. We've removed that reference to the work of experts in 320.12, which will now be 11. So these are, and then we've added a sentence just to make it very clear that when you use the work of an expert, which section applies. Okay. Then moving on to the next section. Lori, should I just continue?
Yep. And let's just go slowly.
So should I pause on each? So the introduction, I'm going to continue scrolling. We've added circumstances where an expert might be used here. And I see some cards flipping up, or is that for the next section? Okay.
Well,
okay.
Yeah, on your examples on 390, I think it's 0.3.
So
I'm sorry, 390.4A1.
Yeah.
As you get down to this, in general, I don't know that we've just put something in that generally covers the valuation of assets and liabilities and the assessment of impairments. But and then in your next to last bullet point, I don't know why I don't really follow this whole long phrase about designed along principles for sustainable circular economy, including durability, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not sure what all that contemplates. Maybe there's something in the explanatory memorandum that helps with that, but.
You know, I'll pause there. I mean, I feel like that last bullet it is a big swing at sustainability, and and so that we get this right and connect better. If people from the sustainability work stream want to provide an example or two that they think would be good, where they see use of experts or will connect with you separately.
Yeah, and also in relation to the sustainability examples and also for the part 5 of the proposed part 5.
Yeah.
Once we've kind of done a turnaround following this board session, obviously, our intention is really to share it with the sustainability reference group through our, colleagues as well. So we can get input from our.
Yeah, I think in particular on the sustainability point to Rich, and I think when you read it, your reaction, I think, is fair. I think what we need to do, a lot of the other stuff, it's easier because we do it all the time. Okay. And so we can look at the impairment language issue, but we do it all the time. I think we need to have things in here that resonate with sustainability practitioners.
Agreed.
Okay, so, and I think we need a little help with that. And I think that's what's not resonating with you right now, Rich. It's not hitting home. So we'll tweak that. Mark, you may.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I fully understand what you want to do, but on that point, one of the problems with the sustainability agenda is that it moves and goes out of date so quickly. Changing that to a bullet that said the valuation of products and materials designed along principles for a sustainable economy, full stop, might actually be a more enduring solution.
And then we can just cut off all that extra wording, and that covers a lot. But let's keep this open because it would be great to get a couple of examples, maybe.
It's restrictive.
Especially since we're going into that space. Okay.
Sorry. Felician.
Thank you. Just if I can take you back a little bit from the start, maybe just in terms of the ordering of the from 390 just up. Yeah, when you removed, maybe because from the markup that I have here, when you started from 320 and you removed it using the work of an expert. So, and how it follows to other considerations. I don't know whether that one should be other considerations or just should be probably ignored, just in terms of, it's not very significant, but in terms of the number. I don't know whether that makes sense. If you start from up, you go to other considerations, yet you've removed the title of the other one. So I don't know whether it should be other considerations or maybe the title should change as well.
Okay, we can take a look at
that. But Felicia, it is a chapter that goes after. It becomes a dot 11, while the other one is so it's,
yeah, the issue is that you're calling it other considerations, yet they are not other matters that you've looked at.
So
you're losing some context, I think, is what.
Yeah, because this doesn't include, so we've removed use of the expert, but there's also using the output of technology, which is the whole paragraph beforehand. And so hence
the context
maybe
is
the
little
context can be
there.
shown.
Right.
Because the three dots were meant to show those that was
got it.
The paragraph that wasn't included.
We don't see what's.
Yeah, we're just
wasn't changed. No.
Okay. Anything more, Felician? We'll make sure that
it's clear.
But that sits within the.
I think I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Mark?
I was going on to the next one, 390.4A2.
Okay.
Where we refer to individuals or organizations providing data sets for general purpose and not experts. Are we going to align with ISA 500? Because we would use, if we do, we use the terminology external information source. And it's just whether or not we want to be consistent.
Yes, we do.
Okay, instead of data sets?
Yeah, so you could say providing sources of external information or external information sources.
Yeah.
Okay. You're good.
Moving, yeah. All right.
Oh, Sumnam, sorry.
Yes, on the next paragraph, 5.
Yep.
I think the expression, the phrasing in the middle, I read, if a PA determines that expertise outside their contents, knowledge, and skills is needed, the phrase from expertise outside their contents, knowledge, and skills is, I believe, a little bit doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I see, because
yes, because of the definition.
Yeah,
yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Also on that paragraph, in reaction to the fact that it is a requirement paragraph, I believe if you go to part 1, if the accountant doesn't have the knowledge, there can be other ways to get that knowledge without requiring engaging an expert.
Yeah.
So you might want to kind of say, if unable to in other manners get it, something like that.
Yep. That's a good point.
Okay.
Very good. Jana.
So I had a, it's like a minor matter whether we really need 395A1. And if you do the change as Rich has mentioned, then you probably don't need 395A1. Because you'll anchor it back to section 113.
Okay.
Yeah. You can consider it.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
I see the point you're making. Okay.
Okay. Next section on agreeing the work to be performed by an expert here.
And an important bullet on this under 398.6A1 is the 1, 2, 3, 4th bullet down. This is the need to be clear about information that will be needed on the front end, so we don't end up with blow ups at the back end of people who've done the work and now we can't use it, et cetera.
Yeah.
Chana?
So this is a couple of minor points on the bullets. Is it the second one, the general approach? Is it the of the experts work or to the experts work?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Maybe both.
Who, maybe both. Yeah. All right, we'll pick that up. We'll have
And
a-
in the same, the third bullet point, assumptions made and limitations of that work rather than to that work.
Yep. Okay. All right, helpful. Anything else? Do I see any? Oh, Sumnam.
I'm sorry.
Nope, you're done for now. Okay.
No.
All right, for now. Evaluating whether to use the work of an expert. This is the competence, capabilities, and objectivity test that we're talking about.
Okay, I'll continue to scroll down if no comment.
Oh, Rich.
I would note, we only use the word capability one other place in the entire code, and then it's used repeatedly in here. And I'm not big on defining everything, but I wonder if there's a better way to describe that.
Yeah, whether that word is given the way we're using it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that point. All right, we don't need an answer to that now, but we'll pick that up. Although the CCO test, Rich, it's just so nice. We need to find another C word, but
Yeah, but it's also a consistency point with IEESB, so.
Is
we
that
just-
one,
yeah,
capabilities?
We should be slow.
Okay.
to make any change here. Just think we can.
We'll
think
take it
about
away and look at it.
In your next subparagraph there, the 397A1B, I'm not sure, given what you described earlier as people employed by the accountant's firm not being experts, that bullet seems to need to be eliminated. So that's what I was looking for.
That's the one you were looking. Okay. Yeah.
You see, the thing is, I'm still struggling to really learn the definition of the engagement team versus the broader sustainability. This is what I'm getting confused. I'm this sort of kind of confused. I mean, it's not clear to me. I mean, would they be considered as part of the broader sustainability assurance team? Would they? I don't know. I'm asking.
If they're part of the firm, they're
Yeah.
part of either the assurance team or the engagement team.
Okay.
It doesn't mean they're not an expert. It just means they're an internal expert and therefore they're part of the engagement or assurance team and subject to the normal provisions. We've got to get that clarity,
Yeah.
Rania, because I can see that's
Yeah.
popped up.
Yeah, and so just so that I understand it. So let's say someone is employed by the firm, yes, like an employee of the firm, but let's say you ask them to just like a sort of a consultation for this particular issue, but they're not like regularly on the job. They would still be considered not part of the engagement team, but the broader team. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
you're part of the engagement team.
No. She has a correct answer.
Okay.
Yes, we have to be careful here. Anybody who's part of the engagement team is performing assurance procedures on the engagement. But what she's saying
That's-
is if somebody's consulted, they are not on the engagement team. So they are part of the assurance team. That's why it's very important to understand the definition of engagement team versus assurance team.
Oh, yes.
So that is what people get confused
Yeah.
when
Yeah.
we're referring to external expert and
Mm.
internal expert. External expert are not part of the engagement team.
Clearly.
Internal experts can be part of the assurance team or the audit team if it's an audit engagement.
But my suggestion is between here and where these teams are, these different definitions. You remember when Sylvia was presenting? I'm still finding it confusing, like, so perhaps just like find a way to clarify this issue.
Yes, so maybe one suggestion would be to bring the diagram that workstream one had on the definition of engagement team, assurance team, Cam. So maybe at the next
We can pull that in. I
session
think
with
that
the
would be
board,
really helpful.
we can just, maybe that should be at the beginning of every.
And just my final question on this is that, so someone is employed by the firm, but let's say, are there different levels of consultation? For example, like I just get your opinion on something versus like I'm consulting you more, like you're more engaged. Would that impact your classification? So external, internal, but
Yeah, well, just, and again, maybe it's in the papers in terms of how Cam has explained it. But if the internal experts' advice is determinative in terms of the auditors or the sustainability assurance practitioners' conclusion as to whether sufficient appropriate evidence has been obtained.
Engagement, yeah.
No, that individual is part of the assurance team or the audit team.
Okay.
Again, remember, they're not doing assurance
Assurance
procedures. They're just being
okay, yeah.
consulted.
Okay.
On the other hand, if I just have, just turn to you, Rani, and just want to cross-check something,
Exactly, yeah.
and I may or may not take your advice,
Yeah.
then you're not an
Yeah.
internal expert for
Okay.
that purpose,
Okay,
right? But
yeah.
if your advice, and I think ISO 220, Cam, if I'm not mistaken, you do not have the option of rejecting the expert's advice. You have to act on it and take it as it's given to you for purposes of concluding as to whether you have sufficient appropriate evidence. Because otherwise you can pick and choose whether you like
whether
it or
you
not.
like the expert.
Whereas if
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
really consulting, the advice you receive is what it is, you have to take it. And that makes you an internal expert.
Okay.
Can I ask you, are you saying then that if you rely on the work of the internal expert, that's what makes it an expert under this? I'm trying to make the distinction between relying on the work and consulting. What's the difference? Because if you consult with someone, you're having them look at something rather than preparing something that you're going to rely on. You see the distinction?
In substance, there is no distinction, I would argue. I think maybe your question is more, what is the difference between using the work of an expert and relying on the advice?
Yes.
Through the consultation process.
Yes.
And that is a difference we need to be able to understand. It's not whether there's a difference between relying on the advice or using the advice, if that's if that is your question.
Right. Well, the big difference is one could be on the engagement team, and in the other instance, the person just being consulted would not necessarily be on the engagement team.
Because they're not performing assurance procedures.
Yeah.
Right.
I actually don't agree with that. If you use that, if you consult with somebody and you use that advice, they're part of the audit team. That's what the definition.
Yeah, no, but I'm not saying, we're not saying anything different. That's exactly what we're saying. They're part of the audit team.
Well, how are you differentiating engagement team from assurance team? Then I'm confused by that.
Engagement team are individuals who are performing procedures, but providing advice through consultation is not performing procedures. Because otherwise,
it absolutely is.
Our definitions in the code as they stand today are not what they ought to be, and this board has to go back and revise these definitions.
Well, if you provide advice that results in a conclusion, if the person is concluding on something, I mean, I would say that's pretty close to a procedure.
No. The individual is not concluding for you. You, the auditor, is the one who has to conclude.
Okay, what if they concur with your conclusion, though?
Well,
I mean, that's just tough.
That's an issue in the auditing world.
So just to clarify this.
They have to
Yeah.
check your advice.
Cam is trying to
So
put us back.
So the engagement, so those who provide consultation are part of the audit team, right? So that is specified in the definition of audit team, and that's consultation, whereas engagement team is procedures, right? And then it excludes external experts who actually just perform work for sufficient appropriate evidence.
Okay.
Yeah.
So-
This would have been a good slide before lunch.
So
Look at us all. We're all like, let's look at this slide.
If you
Doesn't
look
this
at-
bring back memories?
if you look at, sorry, the B paragraph, subparagraph B.
Yeah, and that's the middle box over there,
Okay.
individuals who perform
So
consultation.
where do you put the firm, the practitioner calls up an attorney at a law firm and asks for their view on the tax treatment of a matter? And do you differentiate what happens then from whether that attorney writes a formal opinion in terms of being an expert? Whether they're on the audit team or the engagement team?
They're on the audit. Because the definition says either employed or engaged by the firm. So if you're engaging them because they're not employed by the firm, they are captured under B of the definition.
But what if you ask them to write an opinion? Isn't that an expert's role?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
An
Raises
external
a good
expert.
point.
I think we might need some clarification as we think through this.
Frontier is not easy.
I just wanted to say that perhaps it's not that I've ever done any sustainability assurance, but I'm assuming that in that context, like part of the work would have to do with, let's say, doing some calculations, comparing, benchmarking, looking at compliance. So it's not exactly assurance as we know it or as we have practiced it. So, but these, I'm anticipating, I might be wrong, but these would be procedures that are part of, that would, part of the work you have to do to lead you to the conclusion. So, it's not exactly like, for example, substantive procedures or checking internal controls or like the traditional audit that we're used to. I mean, it's a different space.
But I think it's assurance, though. I mean, we do analytics, we
Yeah.
do, it's,
Yeah.
right? We look at external
Yeah.
sources, we do,
Yeah.
it's leading to an assurance
Yeah.
opinion. It's
It's,
substantive work
no,
that's
definitely.
going to lead.
What I'm saying is that, does it really make sense to sort of draw that distinction? I mean,
Yeah.
Sometimes it might be like a very thin line or very gray area. Where do you draw the line exactly? I'm not, of course, you are right, 100%.
Yeah.
It's all part of the work that you're doing to get to your conclusion. In my mind, it's all assurance procedures somehow. You get my point? It's just
Yeah.
that, can we ascertain, that's my question to you is this. Can we ascertain that the lines are so easily drawn, between who is where on the team? That's my question.
And then that's why we have to be clear. For people who perform, and maybe we'll come to you, Mark, shortly. For those who are performing procedures, they are under the direction, supervision, and review of the engagement team or the engagement partner. So there has to be direction, supervision, and review. So in the case of an external lawyer, to use Rich's example,
Okay.
if I were to be the engagement partner, I'm not going to direct the lawyer
How to do that?
as to how they should be doing their work, and I won't be supervising them, and I won't be reviewing their work, because that's
Okay.
that is so.
Okay, makes sense.
Assurance procedures essentially means it has to be under the direction, supervision, and review, and that's why it's captured under engagement team. And the other thing I want to highlight is the distinction between an internal expert who's engaged for consultation purposes and an external expert is there has to be evaluation. The distinction is basically whether you have evaluation of the work that's done by the expert. So in the context of an external expert, and we're not debating the assurance standard because that's IESBA's task under its external expert standard. The auditor is required to evaluate the work of the external expert, and the auditor has the power to reject that work because of the evaluation. The auditor is not satisfied that the work serves a purpose, etc. Whereas if it's a consultation, if I've gone out and seek a legal expert's advice on a matter, under the auditing standards, I'm not able to reject that advice. I have to act on it. And that's a distinction.
Okay.
Yeah, so it is a fine, well, it is a nuanced distinction, but that's why we need to explain it very carefully so that we know in which bucket an individual sits, whether they're external or internal expert.
Okay, but we'll take this away, make sure, sorry, Mark.
I was only going to say that I'm possibly slightly more relaxed on this because I think for the people actually dealing with this practically, they know exactly which one it is. I think it's just that we're having a slightly esoteric discussion about how many angels stand on which pinhead. Actually, everyone knows which side of the line they fall because it's long established and pretty clear. It's just, I think we're falling into the trap of trying to devise an ever more precise definition and testing it. Actually, everyone knows.
There are new users now, SAPs.
Yeah. Okay, Kim, can we go back to our page turn? If we get through one of these, the other two are follow much on, not exactly. So we have the goal of getting through the public accountants in practice, because that one is the sort of the baseline that the others are based. Okay. Sungnam.
My question is on that paragraph.
390.7.
There are 4 ABCD, right?
Yeah.
But perspective, A and D are similar characteristics, same nature. C and D are different from A and D, because A and D just address in whether they are audit team or engagement team.
Yeah, exactly.
C and D is a definition. So my suggestion would be separating the two. And also, the second question is D. Management expert. It has confused us a lot, but I'm wondering why, if we need this D here, because we already addressed management expert in the previous paragraph, saying that, I believe, what's that?
Okay, I like the suggestion of splitting these out because that's part of what was maybe causing some of the confusion.
Yes.
I.e. the engagement team and the audit team are not experts for the purpose of this, and therefore we can provide some clarity there. The others are the operational definitions. The only thing is, and Galen's left, from the CAG, we had a lot of questions around clarity of what's the difference between, management expert, is it covered? So we just need to make sure wherever we're saying that, and again, Ray clarifying that it's not part of this expert analysis because it's scoped out. We're just providing a definition so people understand what it is. So we'll relook at structurally this. Does that make sense? Okay.
And also, in the previous paragraph, we said that such work is deemed to be information provided. So I'm wondering the subparagraph D is really necessary in this section 390.
Okay.
I have a big question about that. It has caused a lot of confusion.
Yeah, no, but that's good. I mean, that's, as everybody knows, when you draft, you're thinking of those concepts, but if you're not laying them out in a way that flows for people to pick that up, this is very useful. You have that point, Cam?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
And Felician also has.
Felician?
Thank you. I mean, based on what Ken has just mentioned, I think it's fitting to leave A and B in, because I think it makes a lot of sense. And if you're to look at what is composed of the engagement team, you can tell, because that somebody has performs procedures on that engagement, and you fall under the ambit of the audit or assurance team if you provide consultations. I think from what Ken has just mentioned, I think it's more clear now, and I think it's good to leave it in.
Okay. What I will say is I think we're going to take away the point that we leave it in, but do we somehow separate these two? That's Sungnam's point, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll have a think about that and come back. All right. Has anybody else got a tag? Okay.
No cards? All right.
I'm sorry. On 5, A5.
Yep.
The last bullet point there, the use of the word employed, because I thought we said if you're employed by the accountant's firm, you're not an expert as defined here. If you're engaged.
Engaged is
Yeah.
the right word.
Okay.
Engaged.
But I do have a little bit of a caution here, and I think maybe this leads to maybe whether that lead-in should say factors that might be relevant, because there could be people who are engaged who don't have an accreditation because there is no such thing in their
Correct.
space, but they're the best in the world at what they do.
Yeah.
And everybody knows that kind of thing.
Yeah, and
Their
that's
experience.
definitely the intent, Rich.
Yeah.
Is, it's relevant if they do have one, then or if it is a field where accreditations exist, you would want to know, but you're right. There could be many people who don't. Okay. So we're going to change it to engaged, and we're going to think about, there you go. Might be relevant. Ken?
Sorry, maybe I'm a bit slow here. On the last bullet point, I thought it was a different issue that this bullet point was trying to address. Cam, could you go up?
Yep, sorry.
So this is saying where the expert is employed by the county, whether their expertise has been validated by an accreditation or similar process established. So this is looking at what the firm would have done in terms of vouching for the expert's expertise. So if now we're saying that this is engaged, then it's somebody who's outside, and the firm is not, the firm will, if the firm wishes to engage, then.
No, this is in evaluating the competence of the expert. So this is
Are we in a shop?
Because what we're saying here, the point this was trying to address is that
The structure.
if this is an internal expert, you're not going to go through the whole process of doing the evaluating the competence, capabilities, and objectivity. But if it's an external expert, you may not, might be the first time you're using them. You must go through the CCO evaluation. And here what we're saying is, if it's an individual who's maybe a colleague you've worked with for a long time and they're well-known quantity. And therefore what we're saying is, well, the firm would already have vouched for their expertise and their objectivity, etc. There's already an internal process. And that's a factor for you to consider as to whether you need to do the whole work. So the CCO evaluation.
Well, but I thought if they work for the firm, they're not even covered in 390 at all. They're not external experts.
Correct. And that's why we're saying this is a factor for you to consider as to whether you're dealing with somebody who's internal. And if that's the case, you don't have to apply the CCO evaluation.
Yes, and
you don't need the bullet at all.
No, it's a factor for you to consider.
You don't need to consider it because they're not external experts, which is what this section is addressing. Yeah. That's what I'm confused by.
Yeah.
do you mind if I hear what you're saying, and I think it's maybe the construct of the draft. So if you see on the screen 390.15A1, that's the paragraph where we explicitly say if the individual is an essentially employed by the PA's firm, the ethics. So essentially this section doesn't apply, but if it is too far down, whereas everything we're discussing is up top. So we're taking the point back. We can clarify this and make it very clear. So I do see your point in the terms of when we have this down there, why do we need that bullet up there? Then? So we can take it back. I think this is causing a lot of, because this bullet here where we say that the section essentially, if you're an engagement team or audit team, you're already subject to independence and ethics rules. This is much further down in the draft text.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, Rich, we will take that point away. I understand exactly what your concern is. Okay. Okay.
So capabilities.
Competence.
Objectivity.
On capabilities,
I'll go back up.
that point about the time, they might be the most capable in the world. I think what you're saying is if they're not going to be able to devote the time, then you shouldn't use them. But that isn't necessarily meaning they're not capable. So maybe you need to think about how you phrase the lead into that.
Yeah, and Ken made the point about conforming with IAASB. So, all right, we'll take that away. I don't have that in my head, that exact IAASB language.
Yeah, I mean, the conformity with the IAASB language is one thing, but I would think if I don't have the time to do it, I'm not capable of
Yeah.
meeting your request.
That's-
It is about capability. I mean, it's not capability, in other words,
Not
capability
in
is
the
not
sense
just
of
about competence.
competence.
But
Yes,
it can also be a sense of whether you're able to do it.
availability, etc.
I thought we had capacity in here at one point, didn't we? Because
Capacity.
capacity refers to bandwidth. And I think we're talking about bandwidth here.
Well, both of those points are bandwidth points, resources or time, and I wonder if that second C,
It's capacity.
capacity.
You can have three Cs.
Yeah. Well, whether it's capacity instead of capability, because we have competence already,
Yes.
capacity. Let's take it away as it looks. I see Ken is
It's
sitting here that we're
vocabulary.
fiddling with language that might exist somewhere else, and we do need to be careful about that, so.
Hmm.
All right,
No
we will,
false
Rich, we will
friends.
take that away and
Oh,
figure
that's
out,
fine.
yeah.
You got it.
Maybe capacity, no commitment, we'll think about. Ken's busy looking it up right now. He's gonna torpedo this any second. Let's keep going. Factors relevant in assessing the objectivity. And this is objectivity in the broad sense, not just independence.
We're gonna make a change at the last block.
Okay.
Employee versus engaged.
Yep, I see your point. Anything?
I think we went over that on the slides.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, Laura, you wanted to say something?
Okay.
On, I have one.
Yes.
I need an English speaking expert.
Yeah, Mike.
We need an English speaking expert opinion on A8. Is this an example of the past or previous judgment made already? So in addressing the 2+, we just use advising entity producing data. And my question is to English speakers, whether should it be changed something like having advised, having produced? It means that it was done before.
Yeah, because it's previous.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
You're expert.
Yeah. You're the expert. I think that's a good one.
Good point.
Very good catch.
Yeah.
Okay,
Which was then used.
Rania?
Yeah, so can you just scroll up a bit to the previous? So 390.7 is so factors that might be relevant. So I can understand that first bullet, it might or might not be relevant, whether the expert is subject to ethics standards, because there might not be ethical standards governing that area. But then conflict of interest, no potential bias, I mean, they should be relevant.
Yeah, I
Need to be distinguished.
Yeah.
I mean, these are relevant. You cannot say they might or might not.
Yeah, they are definitely relevant.
I'm just like,
I would leave this as R. I don't think might be is even the right formulation here.
Perhaps factors to be considered.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just be careful with this language because this is code speak.
Mm.
And we need to be consistent with our drafting conventions.
Yeah.
So we can double check that, but I'm pretty sure it's factors that are relevant in the code.
I agree. I think it's R. I'm looking. Anybody else? All right, Cam, let's motor on.
A9, Chana.
So 9, the bullet third from the bottom, external recognition or accolades. I would delete that. Andy Fester was an award-winning CFO before Enron went down.
Yes.
Who was?
Andy Fester.
Oh, yeah.
He was the CFO of the year, and the next year Enron
Yeah.
was down.
CFO for year that.
So
An accolade may not always be positive.
It's yeah, exactly. And sometimes paid for, as we know. I just got an advert this morning about joining some, legal thing, and
Yeah.
you pay them to get in the book.
yeah.
Yeah, probably not so good. But, okay.
But just maybe for a laugh also, another laugh. Well, anyway, I'm just coming back to this issue of capabilities or capacity. I've just looked up the definition of what capable means. I just Googled it. And this comes from an authoritative source because it's a Cambridge dictionary. And it says having the ability, power, or qualities. So if I do not have the time, I would say I'm not able to do it. So it does go to ability. The strange thing is the Cambridge Dictionary gives a very good example of that because it says only the Democratic Party is capable of running the country.
Well,
This is a Cambridge Dictionary. I mean, we can look at show this to
Urgent rewrite. Required. We have to disregard.
all right.
Oh, my gosh.
So Ken, where does that?
capable of running the country.
I know, right? They've
I
lost
think
it.
they've been paid by
It's
the
a joke.
Okay.
I think it's meant to be ironic.
Definitely not objective.
Buried in that tome are some nuggets, apparently. Okay, we will take away for discussion capabilities versus capacity. All right, as we said, let's pop down. Yep.
It's funny.
And we were right there. Sorry. Nope, we passed that. Any more comments on this? Competence, capabilities, and objectivity from various sources. Any more source comments? Okay, let's keep going. Oh.
Any comments on this section here? No?
This is the emergent area field. Have we
Yeah.
covered it?
And just if we express some of the factors might not be present, in fact. The example is, for example, there might not be public recognition. But this seems to mean that in the previous chapter, you should go through all the, and if you can't tick all the lines, there is a problem, which was not my feeling when I read. It was, it might be relevant, it should be considered if it's, but if there is, for example, the external recognition is not there, is it a problem if you have the other attributes that demonstrates that, you see what I mean?
Yeah, I mean,
Here,
this-
if in this example you say that, you seem to say, well, if you don't have one of the list in A9, you have a problem. No,
That's definitely not the intent. The intent really is to address where we know we don't have some of these other things. So we'll look at the wording. And the point really is to get us to this experience point. I'm doubling back now to Rania because I had mentioned this is in here. Certainly experience at that point. I mean, there may be no accreditation, there may be no nothing, there may be no college degree you can get in the area. And I think we're going to that place pretty quickly. But if you're the only person who's done a bunch of these, you're the expert, right? You're probably the expert, and that's irrelevant. So maybe some wording, Rania.
Just some, I mean, I'm just thinking out loud. I don't have the answer. I might disagree with myself, but I'm just thinking. So sometimes, like, for example, let's say the scenario that you're presenting here, like it's an area, it's an emerging area, there's limited expertise. But then perhaps you may consider, like, for example, hiring more than one expert, like perhaps, like maybe you're not very comfortable with that one person, but then maybe you hire two experts that, you're not so sure of. That might be one way of dealing with it. Or perhaps it might be that this person, you're not very comfortable with them, but it's an area that you have some expertise in, and you're not completely vulnerable to what that expert, or like completely, under the, you have some knowledge in the area that you may be able to weigh in, or in a better position to evaluate. I'm not sure if it falls in here, but I'm just saying that sometimes there could be circumstances that, sort of change. It's not just when it's not just one issue or one factor, it could be multiple factors that come together, and you say, okay, I'm comfortable hiring that person or getting that person's input. Or
yeah, it's interesting. We do pick that concept of a second expert up in the if you can't fully you hire an expert, but maybe you have some stuff around objectivity, and that's one of the options. So we'll take that away to figure out if we need to tweak this. And Christelle, to your point, we'll look at it to see if we can make it clear. We're not saying it's not a check. It's not, you have to check everyone, and if you don't fall, because we know nobody will check even those the ones above across all of them. So we can do that. Yes. Okay, good. That's a bit of wordsmithing, I think. Okay. Oh, Sunam, sorry.
On paragraph 10.
Sorry. We'll go up to 9.
On paragraph 10, fourth row from the top, the period covered by the audit or assurance report. We discussed already from workstream 1. Shouldn't it be covered audit context? Shouldn't it cover audit context? So period covered by financial statement. Financial statement, right? We are missing that piece.
Yes. Does that make sense, Cam?
Yeah.
It does to me. I'm just making sure you're okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Well, no, so maybe that's we need to look at this a little bit more carefully, because in the in work stream 1, there was a very deliberate discussion about this concept of the period covered by the audit or assurance report. And in the context of sustainability assurance report, where the assurance work can be on forecast or forward-looking information that goes to 2050. And what we said is we should not tie the period to the period covered by the information, because otherwise we could be binding the expert to be objective for another 50 years, if you see what I mean. So we just have to look at it very carefully, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I sort of agree, but I still think the wording that you've got there is fine, because the period covered by the report might be the period ending 30th of June 2023. It's just there may be forecasts there going through to 2050. So it's the period the
covered by the report
is in respect of. It is not the period the information is covering.
Okay. Sugnam, you're okay. Okay, good point. All right, slowly through this. This is the couple of slides we went through. Are there any mop-up comments that people didn't get to make that we didn't cover in the earlier discussion?
Sorry.
Okay.
And yes.
And we have the lettering on this, right? I couldn't figure out why you were saying K. So now I know, because we had missed, on the slides, we'd misnumbered them. Okay.
I have a general,
Yep, Christelle?
maybe I don't remember and it's written somewhere. There's no threshold. I mean, the mini consultation from an expert, you go through all these work and you ask all of, meaning that for if it's not a lot of work for those people, yeah, it engage a lot of work for you and a lot of work from them only to reply to your okay.
Want to use it, and you know, it's not that we didn't talk about that, Christelle. That was where we started the
Yeah.
significant influence
Yeah.
test, and sort of we got run out of town on that. That was a 1 month piece of work, but that didn't go over well. So I get the point, but I think people feel that generally what we heard from a lot of feedback is, first of all, if you're using an expert, it's something that matters.
Okay.
And
Otherwise, you take your
yeah,
responsibility.
yeah. If you're retaining an expert, it matters, and then you should make sure.
Okay. So it's a view.
Yeah, that was sort of where we got, just if that makes sense to everybody.
Okay.
But we did start there. So okay, Kim, let's keep going. Mark?
I assume this is the case, but on 390.12a, when we say the client, are we meaning the same as audit client? So it would also cover their related entities.
Is it the entity?
I'm gonna let Ken go.
Yeah,
first.
no, my quick reaction is that the concept of related entities is an independence concept, and it only applies in the context of Part 4A, whereas we're dealing with Part 3 here. So the correct reference is to client, and we're not dealing with independence. So we're not trying to specify that the expert has to be, we're looking at it from the perspective of objectivity, and the way we reach out to the related entities, so to speak, is to make the inquiries as to financial interest and so on and so forth. So it's not a strict independence requirement that we are addressing, but it is for the approach of looking at it from the lens of objectivity.
Could someone be objective though if they had a significant interest in the
client?
Yeah,
in related entities to that entity? Could they truly be objective?
I think the way we, and now I have to find this language, the way we've dealt with this is any entity on which they're performing work.
Right.
Okay, so not any entity in the universe, and we know some of those trees are huge, but any entity in which they're performing work, and Kim, keep me honest here. Okay, I am right about that. Does that solve your concern, Mark? Okay, that's the issue. So no.
On the same paragraph 12, it says a PA shall request each of the external experts and the client to notify the accountant about any other interest. Then here, when I read this from the perspective of external expert, it's okay, I'm fine. But from the perspective of reading this paragraph, from the perspective of the client, it's a little bit confusing because there has been no request whatsoever in advance. And this is the first time to
We ask
mention
something
the
to the
client.
client.
Yeah, but request any other, it means from the perspective of client, the client doesn't have any request, hasn't received any request from the auditor, right? So I think the expression, understand the purpose, but the expression is
I see your point, because there was nothing else.
We need to pick up some language
Yeah.
because we do want the assurance provider or PA to check with the client, right? Because it does make sense to do that. And we just need to
You have
make
to-
sure we provide the hook earlier on. That's what you want?
Yeah.
But it,
Okay.
yeah, it's two different things.
Yeah, no, that's super helpful. It sort of like just jumps out there. Okay.
So 13 and 13A, one. Rich?
Yeah, just a clarification, your third bullet, it says any interest or relationship with the client and those entities over which it has direct or indirect control. So the client has direct or indirect control, right? Okay.
Okay.
I just want to ask you a question. So, I mean, we're trying to evaluate the objectivity of the expert. And so, I mean, basically our focus has been on whether or not the expert has like an interest in the company. But could it be that objectivity is impaired because, let's say, the expert has an interest in another competing company? I mean, maybe like my imagination is running too wild. But
Yeah, that's potentially like a bias type problem.
exactly.
Yeah, I know we generally use the word bias, but we haven't used that as an example, so.
I mean, perhaps we
Yeah.
can just sort of signal that like objectivity might be impaired whether you have an interest, let's say, to promote the entity, to make it look good, but the reverse might also be.
Yeah, I don't think we had focused on that, Ronnie, at all, but that's obviously a possibility.
I wonder if it might also be covered on a conflict of interest. right?
Yeah.
Because it's,
It's
which
could
we.
be, but
have,
yeah, but I think the way the conflict of interest is worded, section, it's sort of like you've done work there and you have a conflict of interest. Just check it, just,
Okay,
yeah,
we will.
I mean, just,
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing you say, I just want to make sure is we are always thinking about this in the traditional way we think about it, which is, okay, but it
Exactly.
could actually go the other
The
way.
other
which
way
could be
around.
harmful to your
Exactly,
client.
but exactly.
Yeah, okay. All right.
On this same point, we are matching the relationship between the expert and the client, whatever the parameter. What about between the expert and the assurance provider? Because as we enter now in a world where the entities are of different nature than the regulated PAPPs, or we are in part 3, not in part 5.
We're in part 3 here. But-
So going in part 5, we should be careful if it's just a copy that there might be financial relationship between
I see what you're saying.
the assurance provider and the expert. Do we have to take care of that also, embark that? In terms of objectivity, if you are my main client as an expert, am I totally independent from you also? And what you,
Yep, I think
don't know.
that's a good point.
Just for thought, because in the PAPP, well, normally it should not happen if I'm, because having a stake or interest, financial interest in a PAPP is difficult, no?
Okay, we'll pick it up. Good point.
Or your owner.
Yeah.
As a SAP owner, controlling company in groups. Do I get my cousin, my sister company as an expert? I don't know. Does it create a problem? I don't know. Maybe not. But,
Okay. Thank you.
Mark, did you have
All right.
16.
Ms. Sunam?
60.
On that paragraphs 14, 15, 15A1 is about concluding on using the expert. I think this is the last stage of the whole procedures. And then we have another important procedure, which is evaluation of potential threats. So I'm wondering if the 3 paragraphs are right place, or should it move down to the bottom?
Yeah, do we have a norm of how we do that, Ken? Or do we just do it this way?
I was in your position because my question so now was,
Yeah.
does 16 need to move up? Because actually it struck me as something that should be up front, not after concluding on the work of using the work of an expert.
Yeah, there's a structure issue. We'll have a look at that. I think it's a good point. Okay. Looking, okay, we can keep going, Kim. Rich?
Yeah, on 17. In the first example under self-interest threats. And I don't have an answer to this, but what constitutes the degree of understanding needed? For example, there can be some situations where you bring an expert in because it is extremely complicated. So is it just that we can explain the outcome based on what the expert tells us? Because if you had a lot of knowledge in this area, you might not use the expert. And I'm thinking about people who might be experts on mineral deposits or blockchain, some other aspects. Some of them are easier to think through, but I'm just something about that wording is a little concerning.
Something about explain. It's understanding is fine. It's the last clause.
Yeah.
That why do we need understanding? We need understanding to reasonably rely on it.
So we might look back in 100 to the parts that talk about being able to communicate the results and any limitations on what you do. That may, and you may have to use your expert to help do that, but.
Okay.
And then in B1, that example of multiple long period of time. This isn't for 390, but when you go to 290, that could be a real problem if they're employed and it's their job to update something every month or every year, right? And I'm not sure that's always an indicator, a perfect indicator of a familiarity threat. I get what we're getting at, but you could be using a firm and the people in that firm could change, for example, and therefore it might not be the same issue.
I mean, it is a might up top.
Yeah, might. Okay. Okay. I'm fine. That's fine.
Yeah. I mean, that one cuts both ways, right? So
yes, it does.
sometimes they're the best people and you're using them because they're the best people. Okay. Ronnie?
Possible that like one of the threats, again, in the context of sustainability, that we are using, I mean, a large part of the work, like the proportion of the work that is performed by experts is larger than otherwise, that like we are familiar with it. In assurance or in audit engagements, if you will, like, I mean, I'm just thinking about how this might evolve in the context of sustainability.
Yeah, the long list.
Yeah, I do think if you go a little bit further up, a second bullet, undue influence or undue reliance, for instance, on expert or multiple experts. That sort of, is that picking up some of what you're?
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, I guess so. It's just I'm thinking about like sort of like the proportion of the work
Yeah,
if
that's what
like-
that's what that point.
Yeah.
Now, maybe we don't have the language right on that, but I think, team, that's what we were talking about, when there's a lot of the work is done by either one or an accumulation. of
Yeah,
experts.
exactly.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
Just,
Christelle?
Oh, no, sorry.
Oh. Okay. We can move a little more.
18A1. So here is the materiality. Rich, you wanna?
I'm going to send these to the task force because I have a number of points, but the gist of it is some of these items appear to be relevant only in the context of providing auditor assurance, as opposed to if I was factors that if I was engaged, for example, to do valuations on multiple properties for a company that isn't an audit client, if I'm a PAPP, some of these factors don't seem relevant to have to be considered. But I understood from something was said earlier that we wouldn't be allowed to use the phrase factors that might be relevant.
Yeah, I
Evaluating.
prefer that. I think we had a debate about that. Ken's our guru on
Yeah,
this.
yeah, I'm not trying to debate
Can
that
we say
now.
might be relevant? No, we can't.
No, I thought so.
Okay, we did have this debate in the
And then
task force. I
some of
remember.
these seem to be more about auditing issues than they are about whether I should use the expert or not. And so those are probably two pretty broad categories of what I've thrown out. Some relate to objectivity, obviously. It just seems like there's a lot of stuff here.
Yeah.
It's hard to figure out which factors. I mean, if I have to consider all of them in every situation, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And especially when we get to the documentation piece at the very end.
Okay, do you want to
I'll send them over.
Send them through and we can have a think about it.
Yeah.
Any other comments on this? I mean, from one perspective, when we were talking about this, Rich, we were talking about once your threat is identified, then you can look at the factors and figure out which ones might be relevant. But the connectivity, I think I'm hearing isn't totally there for you. Okay, let's keep moving.
Just on,
Multiple experts.
just on 19, I'll come back with something more constructive, but the two bullets are a bit of a stretch to be sort of illustrations of ethical issues, but I'll think of something that might more readily go there.
Thank you.
But do you understand sort of what we were,
Yeah, I know
Oh, I
it's
think you and I
phrased
chatted
different.
about this
Yeah.
at some point.
Yeah.
All right, any language help is good for everybody in the room. One of the issues is if you have a huge proportion of the engagement that is multiple experts,
Yeah.
at some point, do you get to the point where you're just lending your name?
Hmm.
Okay, like, we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Okay. Happy to look at language. Okay. And as we go to addressing threats, Ronnie, this gets to a couple of this starts to mop up a couple of the points you raised. And again, this ties to maybe structurally we need to move the threats up higher, because then that probably deals with both the reading issue as well as getting that solves your issue. Yeah, okay. Very good.
Yeah, this one, this and this is the same.
Exactly, yeah.
It's changing or second opinion. You change expert.
Chana?
Identifying a different expert.
So it's
Getting a second
heading,
opinion.
so
Quite the same, but.
so using the work of multiple experts, that's where 390 19 starts. And then addressing the threats, that's for the multiple experts. Is it?
Get another expert.
Get another expert. It's like.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
sorry,
Get
I
another
had
guy.
not picked that up. That is very funny. Okay, we will have a think about that. That's hysterical. That's super funny, actually. Oh, okay. I mean, we want to have humor buried in the code for those who are quite savvy readers.
So you were checking whether you are awake.
Yeah, it was a whether you're awake. Okay. Communicating with management.
Just on both 21 and 22.
Yep.
Just if I sort of look at it from a regulatory perspective, the professional accountant is encouraged, is not particularly helpful. It's a bit weak.
So you go back into the
Yeah.
more general.
No, I realise, but anyway, I just make
Problem
the point for the
of-
sake of making the point.
Yeah.
Better than this guy. Well, yeah. The thing is to say, well, they encouraged us, but we didn't.
Okay, I think we had a long debate over that word.
Your encouragement.
We need to get rid of that word.
Yeah,
Could I suggest an alternative?
yeah, please.
The professional accountant is induced.
Induced. Yeah, I think, Mark, it was because of the broad nature of the use of work of experts, and some
Yeah.
just might not. And that was where we landed on that word, because we had a long debate over that word in our task force. Okay, if anybody has a better word. Sungnam. Sungnam has a better word.
No, it occurs to me about the documentation. We are encouraging here, right? But on the other hand, on audit documentation is a requirement, isn't it?
Yeah.
So my question is, shouldn't it divide into two, or audit or anything other than audit? So that's my question, just so it's clear.
I think he's right.
Thought, anybody else have a thought on this? Ronnie?
Just to be clear.
As a principal.
I think it's a time of day when
Yeah.
I think people are looking forward to the coffee break.
We need a documentation expert.
But just to be clear, we are not in independence. So outside of independence in the rest of the code, it's generally an encouragement. We have to be consistent with how the rest of the code approaches documentation.
It's a hard profession to encourage sometimes, Ken.
Okay. Rania?
Just a question. So communicating with management and those charged with governance, I'm assuming those, charged with governance of the entity that we are performing,
yes,
know.
yeah.
But should that be clarified?
No.
I'm just asking, or is it?
It is the
It is-
general
It is a general.
use
thing.
It's
in the
general
code. It's
Okay,
always.
use
I'm
of
just.
Okay,
This is
documentation. Substantive documentation versus the
Yes,
encouragement.
of those charged with governance in the PAPP.
Is that the end, Cam?
Yeah. Report.
Cam, do we want to move to the PAIB quick and see if we can flow through that?
So whatever we said here, we carry
Well, a bunch of it, there are some things, but much of it. So we don't need to rediscuss the points we've made here. We'll flow those through. We'll look at what we've agreed and flow through when we come back.
Okay, so part 2. Go.
Yeah.
All right. Comments on the changes to the extant code using the work of others? The proposed changes. Okay. So I'm just gonna scroll down, maybe slowly, just shout if you have a comment. I should go faster. I can also go faster. Okay.
Oh,
Which one?
297.
290.
Right there,
This one?
290.7.
Which 0.7? Oh, okay.
My God, I'm getting dizzy.
Okay, my question is, we require objectivity. This is what management expert we require. Objectivity. It's posing question.
So
External experts from what perspective should be objective. But from management perspective, their internal or management expert shouldn't be. That's my personal thinking.
well, not the independence point, because that does, but I think, and team can correct me if I'm wrong, I think as we were discussing this, if you're a PAIB, you still want your objective, your expert to bring their objective view to you. So you want them to be, yes, you do want them to be objective. Whether the auditor considers them objective is a different issue because of, once they're working together, but I don't know if anybody else has a point of view. Yeah. Because if you're going to rely on it as a PAIB, yeah. Yeah. Does that help, Sungman?
I have no definite answer. So
Okay.
I don't-
You're
I
posing the
wanted to hear
question.
from you, so whether you must discuss or address.
Yeah, we did discuss it.
That's good.
Okay.
So 290.7 A2, A3 on competence, A4 on capacity or capability.
Yeah.
A5 on objectivity. A6. A7.
The same points we made.
Yeah.
before.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're on concluding on using the work of an expert and the potential threats. Any other comments other than the ones that have been raised? I'll just scroll down to the bottom. So we've, okay. So to the next one, or, all right.
Part 5.
Okay.
Let's get this done while Mark is out of the room.
Okay. So for part 5.
Part 5 now.
So again, the same changes here as part 3. Then we start with, then we're on circumstances where an expert might be used. Any comments on this paragraph, 390.4A1?
Yeah, this is one, Cam, we need to bookmark just to make sure that everybody's happy on the sustainability side with the example.
Yeah, and we also wanted to share these with the reference group.
Exactly, with the reference
Yeah.
group. That's good. We will do that.
Okay.
Cam, we've got that change. Oh, we'll pick that up.
Why did you put out the estimation of the fares? Has nothing to do with.
So Christelle, your point is to put it,
Yeah,
reverse the change.
Well,
Don't delete
you
it, right?
are pulling out the estimation of oil
Oil
and
and
gas
gas
reserves,
reserves.
for example. Why? Because it's part of the financial audit
Usually.
for oil companies, I understand, no? It's,
Yeah, yeah.
okay, this is why you.
Yeah,
you took it out.
versus greenhouse gas or other types of environmental issues, right?
But do you think it should be back in or just?
No, I think if there are no situation where such estimation is not already done in the financial audit, then it's okay to pull it out. Yeah, because it's already done. So why would you
Do it
get
again.
an expert work on that subject? Because for oil companies, it has already been set and it's done by the company or by an expert, but and by possibly by both. and so you don't have to, this example, it may not be
Yeah, it may not be
relevant.
it may not resonate the most
Yeah.
with the sustainability
Yeah,
group. Yeah. Okay.
Hector, you had.
Oh, Hector.
I think when we think about scenarios, and you're thinking about the scenario with 1.5, 3 degrees, 4 degrees, I don't know what we need to be thinking in the future. Some of these valuations have to be viewed in a different lens. It's not the number that maybe you put on your financial statement, but when you're looking at different scenarios and the expectation that with 3 degrees, maybe nobody was going to allow you to extract that oil because you will be banned. It's not the carbon cost. It will you will not be allowed to exploit it. So maybe your oil is worth much less than your gas because your gas is cleaner. And there are a number of things that you
situation
need
to
be playing when you get into sustainability. That might be different from the financial statement.
And also in that list of examples, I suppose you're going to work with the SRG to get some additional, because it's maybe lacking things in the
Absolutely.
social world, etc. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like this is a very preliminary list right now, and we
Yeah.
just want something that resonates very specifically to the sustainability space, because that's important for it to be relevant for people. But we welcome thoughts in the interim. If anybody has a brain flash, we're happy to pick that up. Okay.
Okay, agreeing the work performed by an expert, this section here. Evaluating whether to use the work of an expert. We're in experts in emerging fields and or areas. Inherent limitations. Further actions in evaluating the objectivity of an external expert. Including
So there I go back to my point about, is there a problem with the relationship between the expert
Yeah, we
and
need
the
to-
SAP firm?
We need to pick that up and think through both the point and how we might articulate that.
Yeah.
I think we've got that on the list.
Maybe the question of dependency. I don't know.
So concluding on using the work of an expert. And potential threats.
So the conclusion is going to.
Yeah, all the changes
Yes.
we will
Okay.
put through.
There's nothing.
Okay, so wow. We're at the end.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Wow, we're only 7 minutes. Wonderful. Amazing. Before I think we're going to close this session because I think we're going to break now. Am I right? All right. Okay, so I will be we really appreciate all the comments. Anybody who thinks of anything, please send them to us. We will start to run these through and the follow-up points. And for several of you, I know we'll pop back just to make sure that we're getting the point right. So thank you on behalf of the team.
Thank you, Lori. Very difficult topic.
Great job.
Thank you very much. We
Not
will
just
come back in
getting
15
that thing
minutes.
to where it is.
For
Time frame.
okay, 4:15. With a bonus.
We had a lot of people sitting here.
Okay, but what are you? No? Oh.
Welcome back. Just one more session today to go. This one on technology. We are moving towards a different, totally different topic. I'm also by thanking David Clark for taking this working group on and doing the work that it's still being needed to do. The floor is yours. We will have a presentation, but I'll like David.
Thank you, Chair. Waiting for. But yeah, thanks very much for the opportunity once again to report back on the Technology Working Group's progress. As a reminder, Paul Mathurin and myself are the working group members, and we are ably powered by Jean Viljon and now also Linda Beek as well, who's joined forces with us. So we want to give you a short update on the Technology Working Group activities since June. That marks the second update since the reinception side of Abu Dhabi in March. And then we'll have in line with our terms of reference, we'll have an educational piece from Mary Breslin from our Technology Experts Group, which is our reference group, if you like, and expertise. Okay, our TEG, our Technical Experts Group, is still in full swing. We had our second meeting in 2023. For that meeting, we had an interactive playback of scenarios that they themselves developed and brought to us, designed by them to help us illustrate the new technology provisions. Since that meeting, the TWG has met again to reflect on this, but also craft the agenda for today's session as well. Those scenarios really build on the IESB's publication as 3 practical examples using the technology-related non-assurance services illustrations. But these ones took a sort of deeper dive into more specificity and around technologies such as blockchain, crypto, artificial intelligence, all the things you're hearing about in the technology space, including RPA and some large language models and contract readers, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to speak for myself in this space here, but we haven't had a chance to sort of play back some of the strategy work plan feedback in respect of technology amongst the TWG members. But I think some of the things you'll hear now and from Mary's resonate with some of that impact, some of that feedback that we've got, and in and around things like the pervasive nature, impact, and excessive reliance on technology and such. And I actually lament a little bit about Andy's comment the other day. We're focused on lots of other things right now, and it's just a pause and reflect, because technology, of course, is all happening whilst we play out on sustainability as well. So it's thank you for that comment, Andy. Okay. So there was a quote from one of our technology experts group, and what she said was that I have not thought of a technology that I wouldn't find a way to navigate through the code, but have found some areas that have been more challenging than others. And essentially, the TEG have really sort of stress tested the new technology provisions, and overall, they seem to prevail, and they seem to deliver the appropriate ethical conclusions at the end of the day. So that's the good news. On some of the themes that you'll see on the slide right now, complexity, of course, came up again. And they wanted to pass on a message that, for having complexity in the code, just by its very nature, technology is complex. And does this mean, because of the mention of it, that there is additional requirements? Or are we just highlighting that it's just harder to navigate, right? And so that was something to have a think about. In close business relationships, whilst the revamp provisions, this is their message, whilst revamp provisions deal with close business relationships, are considered robust, there was a concern that this area will become increasingly more complex over time as things come onto the marketplace in terms of tools and technologies. So lots of things will tip into this area. So it's a signal to keep an eye on this area. They highlighted again the blurred line between some firms and vendors, for example. And one of the TEG suggested we explore a case study illustrating the firm's provision of technology solutions to audit clients, to non-audit clients, I should say, where they might be delivering the service indirectly to audit clients in the background. So maybe there could be a space to have an illustration of this through a case study and figure out how close is close and when you're not in the close business relationship space. On competence and due care, they really said, have we said enough in this space? I guess that was the message. In the context of technology in particular, could a potential case study highlight what is an appropriate level of knowledge and learning, enabling an inquiring mind, if you like, so that you could illustrate and perhaps illustrate the pitfalls of not having enough competence in due care in the technology space. So that was a nice message from them on that as well. On the topic of artificial intelligence, buzz phrase right now, of course, the TEG delivered a discussion alongside the TWG about the undeniable power of AI, but also the fallibility of AI through its data limitations and its baked in and self-propagated biases, if you like. It's also its confidentiality concerns and the importance of human in the loop in order to critically assess and validate the output. And then they spoke a little bit about the intersection and the importance of AI governing policies and ethics and how that all melds into it. They also delivered a message about ISQM and how that's important in the way that AI is supervised, thus reducing the risk exposure. On the supervision of AI, the TEG walked through the professional data practical guidance on how to supervise AI depending on the nature of the AI, along with the sort of understanding the regulations surround its use, for example, the EU AI Act. The TEG also put forward a concept of forced reliance on AI and other technologies, perhaps when a PA doesn't have enough knowledge or understand the technology well enough, or have access to an expert who does. And the backdrop is that you're never going to see through everything in a technology, of course, nor a software. When, for example, developers are using lots of OpenAI modules and incorporate them into developer technology. So they are complex beasts for sure. Right. There was an interesting reflection on large language models, and the TEG deliberated about whether you're in a conflict of interest space or an independence one. If a third party has produced an appropriately IP'd large language model, but where they also have the IP rights to access other organizations or firms' guidance to producing, let's say, footnotes. And then a public company, for example, uses the large language model to draft their own footnotes to an audit report. Now, because a portion of the auditor's IP contributed to how the LLM was built, is there a conflict of interest? Is there a business relationship? Is there an independence concern? So these are all, pretty good questions that are posed by the TEG here. The group also highlighted the risks of using third-party tools, and placing reliance on a tool, and perhaps when things go wrong, is that a contractual issue, or is that some sort of accountability that sits with a firm that may be assured the third-party tool in the first place? Of course, you wouldn't be surprised to note the blockchain came up again. And this is centered around, of course, the challenges in auditing the blockchain, specifically in the context of node creation and maybe having an ability to run a node in order to have a copy of the ledger to audit the blockchain. And so we think that this is maybe an area which warrants a closer look through a case study or something like it. They also brought up technologies such as contract readers and the fallibility of this type of technology, particularly when you're reading across a whole spectrum of data and perhaps there's a coffee stain on some part of paragraph, which is pretty critical paragraph, but the reader just glosses over it and doesn't include it in its output. And then there was a piece in and around smart contracts, in auditing them, part of it belonging to the client, but the other part of it is perhaps data brought in from data providers, money exchanges, et cetera, or even the weather, right? So with other third parties providing data, and so some complexity in and around that as well. They also spoke about challenges with client engagement acceptance as well, particularly in this new digital asset sector. And it's challenging because a majority of these new entities are, of course, startups, and there's limited background or information in respect to them that's out there in the public space. Business models, of course, for these new entities are different from traditional types, and PAs may have some difficulty assessing the soundness of the underlying business itself. And the technology, of course, supporting these new business models may also be complex, and therefore the PA may not necessarily have the subject matter capability to understand or undertake the necessary assessment of that. So these were the sort of broad topics, essentially, that the TEG presented with us. I guess the idea would be to take these a stage further, think about developing in a more concrete form some case studies to help with this. So we'd like to look at these again with the TEG in November. We have another call with them to have a look at these, and maybe we can hone them a little bit more. And then think about taking it a stage further into non-authoritative material, of course, with some further pause for reflection on whether that's appropriate or not, what sort of form non-authoritative material might take as well. But of course, being careful not to replace the authoritative material that's out there already through the technology provisions. So the TWG will then have another meeting after that. We'll reflect on that. We'll also hopefully reflect on the SWP comments that we've got, respondents on that, think about some of those comments and take that forward. And maybe we might even go into thinking about technology in the context of sustainability assurance as well, which might be an appropriate and topical area to discuss further. All right. I'll pause here. I think there's a question slide. Any comments or questions on this thus far before we go into our educational piece? Making my life easy.
Seems that there are no questions.
All right, do we have Mary online? Oh, there she is, lovely. So we're pleased to introduce Mary, and there she is. I've had the pleasure of listening to Mary once before. She's the founder of Verisi. She specializes in internal audit transformations, operational and financial auditing, fraud auditing and investigations in corporate accounting. And top, I'm sure, of your list, Mary, is that you're a very participatory member of our technology experts group. And so we thank you for that as well. Mary.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen, okay? All righty. Here we go. All right. Well, thank you for having me. I was asked to cover quite a bit, so I'm going to go pretty fast, and I hope that that's okay. But I am part of the technology advisory group, so that's kind of going to be my focus today. As David said, my career sits firmly between data analytics, audit, and the fraud world. And my educational background is I have multiple accounting degrees and licenses. So that's kind of a little bit about me. I'm going to start you off with a story that I hope kind of explains the challenges that we're facing. In 2009, I was called to do a fraud investigation for a large hotel chain at one of their resorts. And the actual fraud itself was highly complicated. It had to do with their system. It was a technology-driven fraud. The technology that they were using actually provided both the opportunity for the fraud to occur, and then it naturally concealed it. We used a lot of data analytics. We used artificial intelligence to actually investigate that fraud, to prove what had happened, to quantify the losses of what occurred. And it was very successful for us. But we ran into an interesting challenge. Anytime you do a deep dive fraud investigation like that, and you go to the prosecutors or you go to an insurance company, and we did both in this case, there's always going to be a secondary group of accountants who come in and validate your work. And both the prosecutors and the insurance company brought in, as we refer to them, a red team to vet and validate our work. And they couldn't, because they didn't understand the technology. They didn't have data analytics capabilities. And both of those accounting groups, they were both the CPA firms, really, really struggled. We went back and forth many times. They just didn't have the capabilities. They didn't have the tools, the skill sets, the knowledge, the experience, the education. And in the end, they just ultimately agreed with our findings. And it was a very interesting, experience for me. And I'm sure that both the prosecutor and the insurance company had to reevaluate the skills that they felt that they needed when they've brought in those folks to do that work. So I have been doing a lot of data analytics, and we've been using artificial intelligence in my firm for about 5 years now. We started with real easy thing, RPA, just bots, but we've moved on since then. So I'm going to talk about a couple things that really stand out to me. One of the things I do in my career is I'm an educator. I teach thousands of people a year on continuing education for accounting and auditing and data analytics. And as such, we also survey through poll questions tens of thousands of people. And so I actually get a lot of feedback from people out in the accounting world, in the audit world, on some of the things. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of those experiences, but I'm going to start off with what I personally perceive as some of the knowledge and education gaps in the accounting world. And then we're going to talk about what happened recently with the banks and the risk management that led to those issues. And then we're going to get into emerging tech and the rise of artificial intelligence, which David talked about a little bit. And then I'm going to end with some things that we're seeing already and we're a little concerned about in regards to the pandemic and supply chain issues and how that's going to potentially provide a lot of opportunity for financial statement fraud. So I've read the standards, I've read the proposed updates to the standards, and I saw a couple of challenges with the proposed changes. The two big ones were technology and fraud detection. The auditor to remain alert is another one that I struggled with, sometimes because of the number of hours we work, but also alert is a hard thing to define sometimes. But if we talk about the technology and fraud, I have surveyed tens of thousands of people in the accounting profession, the audit profession, who have never heard of some of the words on the screen. They don't know what metadata is. They do not understand things like schemas or enterprise relation databases. And that's a challenge because we rely very heavily on systems and information produced by systems in order to do our work. Another big piece of that is Gartner and Experian also do lots of studies around the accuracy of data within organizations. And Gartner repetitively reports that roughly 40% of all enterprise data in most organizations is inaccurate. That's the data that's being used to create the reports that we accountants rely on to our work, which can create challenges, right? Similar things I'm seeing with the fraud world. Fraud knowledge is not common sense. You have to be trained and educated in fighting fraud, in the fraud triangle, fraud schemes, red flags of fraud, fraudster characteristics. When I got into the fraud world over 20 years ago, there was this misbelief. It's since changed, but back then that common sense equaled fraud awareness, that we were smart enough, trained as accountants and such, to raise our hand if we saw something that doesn't make sense. Today, we absolutely know that that is not true, that the human brain will find a way to make sense of what it's looking at if it's not trained in the red flags of fraud, right? So we have similar gaps between technology and fraud in the accounting world. I guest lecture at a number of universities, and very frequently I'm there to talk about fraud, or I'm there to talk about data analytics, and it's often the only thing they get on data analytics or fraud in the degree. And that I'm sure is not true for every university, but I am seeing it across the board frequently. And so going from not having it as a requirement as part of the degrees, not having it as a part of the requirement for the certifications, and then having an expectations when we're out there doing it to understand the technology to be able to fight fraud, there's a challenge there, right? And I think we have to really be cognizant of that and build a bridge to close that gap between the folks that are learning how to become accountants and also the folks that are already out there doing the work. And the big question for me is, with technology, is it ethical to use technology you don't understand to reach a conclusion that people, stakeholders are relying on, right? And right now we have quite a bit of that. That fraud case that I did, there's a lot of very household name organization, a lot of really talented, skilled accountants there who absolutely could not see what was going on because they didn't know how to go into the systems and actually look at what the system did. They knew they had a problem. They were aware they had a problem for roughly 2 years. They had no idea what it was because they didn't know how to go look at what the system was actually doing. To be fair to them, though, we actually went to the technology providers' corporate headquarters ourselves and sat down with their programmers and used their test platform. And when we recreated what was happening in the system, it surprised them as well. So even the people that owned the technology were surprised. So that's how challenging technology can be at times. One of the things that came to my mind when I was reading the different standards and such is when we want to hold the accountants accountable for something that maybe they currently don't have the skill set for, COSO and the U.S. federal sentencing guidelines might be a good reference. And their whole point is demonstrate that you did everything you knew to do. Prove that you did everything you know to do, right? And with technology and fraud in mind, if you don't have the skill set, really being clear that if you can't demonstrate the competency, then you're failing to meet the ethical standard, right? And then you need to go to a colleague or somebody who does have the ability. So we all know what happened with banking this past year, and it's probably, unfortunately, not over. But the problem with the failures that were just up there, and I'm only going to talk to 3 of them, not all 5 for the sake of time, it all comes back to risk management, right? We've got all of these banks that failed this year. I'm just going to touch quickly on the middle 3, right? Silicon Valley Bank, well, it's not the first one to go down, but it was the one that really drew the media's attention. They had a $42 billion run on the bank in a single day. Big part of the problem was 97% of their deposits were uninsured. They had invested heavily in treasure bonds, and then interest rates went up, and they had not offset that. They had not done anything to manage that risk. There was no hedging, and they were upside down $17 billion as a result of those investments in treasury bonds. They did not really invest much time or effort in risk management at all. They did not have a chief risk officer, and they had done zero hedging in regards to offsetting that heavy investment in treasury bonds. They also had another unique thing, which is they were a very concentrated customer base that all knew each other and communicated through social media, and all kind of made the decision to take their money out at the same time because it was uninsured, and that obviously led to the run on the bank. Signature, similar but different. They only had a $10 billion run on their bank because the federal government stepped in and stopped it. 20% of their deposits were cryptocurrency, which is extremely volatile. Their customers had a reaction to what had happened with Silvergate and Silicon Valley. They got nervous, and 90% of their deposits were uninsured. They also had a heavy concentrated customer base, right? They had a zero risk management playbook for cryptocurrency. They weren't doing anything. So there was nothing to offset the risk there. And we're going to look at crypto in a second. The volatility is evident, right? Credit Suisse, similar in nature with risk management, but also a very different story. They had a very, very, very unfortunate long history of scandals. Everything you can possibly imagine over the past 2 decades, repetitively, some of them. And they obviously had not changed their risk profile, their risk attitudes, and they had not really started to manage these things any better. Poor risk management. The final straw for them was PwC, who was their auditors, issued an adverse opinion because their control environment had material weaknesses. They were not managing their risks at all. So why am I bringing these up? Well, similar, although different, the actual straw that broke the camel's back for all 3 of them is different. The root cause is very similar, right? They were not prioritizing risk management. They were not implementing proper control environments. Those 2 obviously go hand in hand. Banking in general relies on old, antiquated technology that very frequently cannot support today's needs and requirements for compliance and regulations. And very frequently, those controls are done outside of the systems because they don't have those capabilities, which causes challenges. Bottom line is organizations don't want to spend the money on the risk management because it's costly. Good systems, good programs are expensive. And these organizations, and often others do as well, put bottom line over risk management. So the real question for us is this. Accountants go out, we test controls, we assess the effectiveness of the control environment, but are we effectively assessing strategic risk, risk appetite, and risk capacity? These banks were all audited. They all had professional accountants inside of them as well, right? Is there an ethical responsibility that we should be in front of these things? Emerging tech. And this is a big piece of why I'm here, right? And David already touched on it, so I'm just going to double down on what he said and I said a little bit earlier. Accountants rely on technology to do their work, but they do not always fully understand the technology that they're relying on. Are you acting ethically or with integrity if you do not have the competency to do the work, meaning you don't understand the technology? And I'll give you an example. I served as a chief audit executive for a couple of large global publicly traded companies. And when I took my last chief auditor role, it was about 2014, 15, I got there and they were very manual in their internal auditing processes, but they were a publicly traded company. They had external auditors. They passed their audit every single year. No major issues, no significant deficiencies. And my first year, I put in data analytics. It was one of the things that I was asked, one of the reasons I was hired was to modernize the internal auditing processes. And every year for 8-9 years, they had done a duplicates test to ensure that invoices were not paid twice. And every year they did exactly what most internal and external accountants do. They take an invoice that's been paid and they sit down with an accounts clerk and they say, can you please re-enter this? And the clerk very carefully, because the auditor's sitting there, re-enters it. And you get a little pop-up that says, this cannot be processed. It appears to be a duplicate. And the auditor, both internal and external, take a print screen of that. And that's the test. It's over. And the very first year that I had data analytics, about 6 months into my tenure, we had data analytics running, and it was probably 5th month of the fiscal year for the company. We used data analytics to do a duplicates test on 100% of the population. And we found $3.5 million in duplicates. In the entire time that the internal and the external auditors have been doing that same test for almost a decade, nobody had ever gone into the system to try and understand what a duplicate was defined as. And for every control that exists in every piece of technology in the entire world, every system, some human being sat down and said, this equals that. A duplicate equals when these things occur. And nobody had ever bothered to go look at that, internal or external auditors. And as a result, there were many ways to get around the duplicates control, but yet it had passed past internal and external for 8 or 9 years. Okay. So the reliance on technology is becoming more and more of a challenge for us. When I started my career, we were still using green ledger books. Like, there was one computer in the office, right? We all got on it for like 1 hour a day to read, 1 hour a week to read email or something, but we did our work manually. A lot has changed since then. And the vast majority of people who do not come from the technology world have what's called automation bias. And that is a blind reliance on systems and the reports those systems produce. We just assume they are correct. We assume they're correct. We don't think to question it. We don't understand what's actually going on in the system unless you have a technology background. And so we just assume it's correct. And the average accountant doesn't understand a lot of technology, things like metadata. I was asked to teach a group. I actually just taught a 3-day class last week on forensic accounting and forensic document examination. And I've been a forensic accountant for many years. I do a lot of forensic audits. And the group of people that I was teaching was a mixture of internal and external auditors who had been tasked to go look at a specific problem. They were government and they had an issue with one of their contracts, involved external and internal components. They did not understand the difference between a forensic audit and an audit. They didn't understand metadata. They had already started the work. My schedule was full and I got there 4 weeks after they had already started the work. They were tasked to do a forensic audit without knowledge of what a forensic audit was, without understanding of metadata. And today we rely on electronic information. I can make a document say anything I want it to say. You can give me what you think is the most perfectly locked down PDF in the world that it's encrypted and everything else, and give me 10 minutes and I will make it say whatever I want it to say. And it will look exactly like it's an original. And unless we understand metadata, which is the data about the data, which can explain when changes were made, who made the original, who made the latest, unless accountants know how to go in and validate metadata, they're blindly relying on documentation because it looks good, right? And this group I just taught, everybody in there was a CPA. 3 people out of 30 had heard the word metadata before. And yet they were doing a forensic audit for what they were told was a known issue. They were basically doing an investigation, right? That's a problem, right? And again, I'm going to just touch on top of that issue, Gartner and Experian do these studies on the accuracy of data in organizations. 40% of data, enterprise data, is considered to be inaccurate, according to Gartner. Experian says it's a little bit less. They say 32%. And I know that to be true. When I was in, some of it's just timing. When I was in my last organization, we had 10,000 retail locations, physical locations all over the world. Anything that was a report about all of those locations was inaccurate. There was no way for it to be accurate. Our real estate groups were constantly opening new locations, closing them, shutting them down temporary for remodels. There was all sorts of stuff going on. By the time that information made it to IT and IT updated the reports, they were already inaccurate. Now, in that situation, we knew it was inaccurate. So the accounting team was running 90-day evaluations on it so that they could accrue, and we were compensating for it. But not every organization knows exactly what's incorrect and therefore compensating for it appropriately. So automation bias is a real problem. You know, it's usually an aha moment when I start talking about these things with folks when I'm teaching them. But it's kind of astounding that when I teach accountants and auditors, did you go look in the system and find out what that actually means, how that control actually works in the system? They don't. It doesn't occur to them to. Talked about crypto a little bit with the banks, but crypto is not like blockchain that David mentioned. I'm going to mention again in a second. These are not going anywhere. So we have to figure out how to work with them, right? And this is what crypto has looked like. This is just our markets from 2017 to 2021, right? NASDAQ, S&P Dow, New York Stock Exchange. This is what happens when I take that same information and I layer in just Bitcoin, okay? And then crypto absolutely exploded. And this is what we have. And I think there's a significant lack of understanding and knowledge around crypto, currencies in general, Bitcoin, blockchain. I don't think people really have the knowledge and the understanding. And this is what happens when we don't have knowledge and understanding. We've got the FTX collapse up here, which is the big one, and everybody's familiar with that. But these screens here, these are all the failures and frauds that have occurred. All of this and all of these. And we still don't know how much FTX actually cost us yet. They think they had a $500 million hack in the middle of their collapse on top of how much they lost, right? On top of all of the failures, these are all of the hacks. There's a lot of problems with this, but it's not going anywhere. So we have to learn to understand it. Obviously, there's extreme price volatility. Lack of knowledge is a big thing. It's unregulated in most places. Some cryptocurrencies are recognized by the SEC as securities, others are not. Most of them are not recognized by the IRS as a legal currency here in the US. There's varying states of that around the world. Bottom line is this: if you can't use it at a store like Target, it's not really money yet. It's still a speculative investment. But banks are starting to bring it in, right? And then, of course, crypto relies on blockchain. Well, sort of. Blockchain. Bitcoin is blockchain. And this is one of the biggest misunderstandings out there. Bitcoin and blockchain are one thing. Blockchain is what was created in order to use Bitcoin as a cryptocurrency. That's where blockchain came from, right? So what exactly is blockchain? Well, it's an open ledger that anybody can access, okay? And it's a process of recording and securing data across multiple parties. But those parties are anonymous. It records transactions and tracks an asset. It will give it a unique identifier, and then you can track it for the eternity of its existence. Those assets can be tangible, cash or house. It can be intangible, patents, intellectual property, etc. It's immutable and it's irreversible. You cannot reverse the transactions. If something needs to be corrected, a new transaction has to be done in order for it to be corrected. You cannot reverse anything. The anonymity, the fact that it can't be reversible, creates big challenges. So how does blockchain actually work? Well, it's an open ledger, as I said. Anybody can get on it. It can be used by anyone. Multiple parties use it. It consists of a growing list, a chain, right, of records. The records are the blocks, and they're linked together. And that's where we come up with the term blockchain. Each block has a unique identifier called a cryptographic hash, and that's a mathematical equation that occurs, okay? Each block has a permanent timestamp. These things cannot be changed, right? So what are the challenges here? The biggest challenge is the modified blockchain systems, which we refer to as permissioned or enterprise use. They're non-public, you have to be invited. Those do not necessarily have anonymity, and that's why they use them. But also, many of them can be reversible. So they're not pure blockchain, which means the securities that go along with pure blockchain have been removed, okay? The exchanges that you see like FTX that allow cryptocurrencies to be exchanged with each other use what's called the Lightning Network. The Lightning Network has to remove the security of the blockchain. So once we start modifying, we eliminate the protections that blockchain actually provides. But blockchain itself, pure blockchain, has huge challenges too. The anonymity is a problem, right? There's no clear-cut regulations for blockchain yet. There's many securities vulnerabilities, especially for the modified blockchains. I showed you all the hacks. Most of those were unmodified or through exchanges using the Lightning Network. Blockchain is not compatible with most enterprise systems. So everybody's got to go out and get new systems in order for this to work. GDPR compliance is a huge problem. Pure blockchain, which provides all of the protections, requires anonymity, requires that things can't be reversed. So there's no way for us to meet the GDPR requirements with pure blockchain, which again is one of the reasons that enterprises are using modified blockchains. Okay. Anonymity, Bitcoin blockchain, if you don't know the history, really got its start on the dark web, on Tor, for the deep web exchange called Silk Road. So it got its start with criminals, right? And the criminals love it because of the anonymity. Now, having said all of that, cryptocurrency, blockchain, artificial intelligence, all this stuff is terrifying at first because the first people who flock to it are the bad guys. But there's huge absolute benefits to using this stuff for the good, right? All of these different industries are looking for ways to incorporate blockchain into its industry. And I'll give you just two quick examples. The first one is medical records, which is a permissioned blockchain, which means it's modified, okay? But still, this is a really, really cool, beneficial thing. It's a decentralized platform that allows secure, fast, and transparent exchange and usage of medical records. That's a good thing. By using blockchain, these platforms provide the patient full control over their data and ensure that medical professionals can access up-to-date and consistent patient information. That's a good thing. Here's the problem. Do you see all of these companies? MedRec, Medical Chain, MediLedger, HashHealth, all of those. Those are all independent individual platforms that don't talk to each other. So you have to stick within one. That's going to be a challenge that's going to have to be solved. Another example is what's being used in the diamond world, right? So a system called Tracer, that's a blockchain system. It's developed to address concerns around blood diamonds. You've probably seen the movies, right? Blockchain technology is leveraged for diamond provenance and traceability to ensure the authenticity and ethical sourcing of diamonds. That's a good thing. Diamond characteristics and laser inscriptions are used to create a digital footprint at the start of the process, which is then used to track the diamond through the supply chain to sale and resale after that. That's a good thing, okay? It's about ensuring authenticity and ethical sourcing. Here's the problem. It requires the initial recording to be honest, and that's where the problem lies. It's where it's actually sourced from. So this can actually create a bigger problem. If the original recording is not honest and accurate, if it isn't truly ethical, this could be used to legitimize blood diamonds instead of the exact opposite of what it was created for. Artificial intelligence is just the buzzword of 2023. ChatGPT. I'm not going to lie. ChatGPT was released on November 30th of 2022, and I had my own account the next week because I couldn't wait, right? But what artificial intelligence is simply using a computer to perform tasks that normally require human intelligence. And this is ChatGPT really hit the ground in January when they did the OpenAI did the big tech conference in California. And what it is it's just a generative language model. It can help you. It can help you do research. It can help answer questions. It can help you write things better. Unfortunately, while there's a lot of wonderful things that can happen that we can leverage it for, there's a lot of bad things already happening with it that we need to be aware of, right? Phishing emails, creation of malware and viruses, data encryption, so used for ransomware, data decryption. So I asked it once to decrypt credit card information, steal it and send it to somewhere for me, and it wrote me a code. I didn't use the code, but I could not believe that it wrote the code. It did, okay? Real-time cryptocurrency payments for dark web markets, which helps the market exchange be quicker. And of course, romance fraud, which is, I'm sure there's so much of that because ChatGPT can send out thousands of profiles in just hours, whereas a human has to actually work on it. ChatGPT can actually do it for them, right? Good phishing emails now today. Bye-bye grammatical errors and diction nuances. We're like, that's not how we say that here. That can't be right, right? Those things are gone. So I asked ChatGPT to give me a compromised account letter, a phishing email for Chase, and this is what it did. Couple things to note is one, how quickly it actually does it, which is terrifying. And two, this is the best phishing email I've ever read. And one of the reasons it's so good is it actually tells you to call a number instead of click here. Because I think a lot of us are worried about clicking here. Instead, it has insert Chase contact number. It is incredibly easy to spoof a phone number. It would be very easy for criminals to actually insert a number that looks like it's a Chase number and have it directed to wherever they want it to go, which is unfortunate. All right. What we need to be aware of is ChatGPT can be used to deceive. It can make things look very authentic that aren't. So again, back to metadata, having to understand how all of that works, contracts, proof of payments, authorizations, anything that requires documentation, ChatGPT can produce or help somebody produce and make it look highly authentic. So the good news, how can we use it? Well, there's a lot of great ways we can use artificial intelligence, ChatGPT or the others like it, to help us answer our questions, right? Looking up tax laws and changes to standards, right? It's a quick reference tool. It gives you very simple explanations for things that may be highly complicated. ChatGPT is great for breaking down the complex into simple bite-sized pieces of information so that we can understand things better, right? That's fantastic use of it. Data analytics guidance. I go out to ChatGPT and ask it all the time, how would I write a data analytics script to do the following? And it writes it for me, which means we can use that as a springboard to get better at incorporating analytics into our world, right? We don't have to build the skill set as much ourselves. We can kind of springboard using tools like ChatGPT. Now, there's disadvantages, and we're going to talk about that in a second. It can help us with trend analysis, see things that we don't necessarily see, right? So there's a lot of different things that it can be used for to benefit accountants. Now, it can be a valuable tool, but it's extremely important to remember that it has its limitations. It should not replace the need for professional judgment, peer review, or consultation with experts in specific fields. Why? Because it consumed history, and history is flawed, and sometimes information that's historical that's been consumed was wrong. And in addition to that, machine learning includes creation, right? This is a case. 2 New York lawyers got sanctioned for using cases to support a brief of theirs, a legal brief of theirs, and ChatGPT made up the cases. They were fictional, based on information that ChatGPT had available to it, which is almost everything, right? Anything that's public. So the information coming out of tools like ChatGPT is really only useful for those already have enough knowledge to validate that what they're getting is real, or are willing to put in the time and the effort to validate everything that ChatGPT spits out. Because if the world should learn a lesson from these 2 lawyers, it's this. The ethical concerns with artificial intelligence is there's a number of them, right? Reliability and accuracy. As I said, these artificial intelligence tools have consumed so much information, but not all of it is correct, right? So we have to be able to validate that what it spits out is accurate, that it is reliable. Transparency is a big problem. Artificial intelligence, because it is learning, is kind of a black box. So we can't be fully transparent in how it got to what it got to if we're going to have any reliance on it. If we are providing anything into a tool, there's going to be data privacy concerns. We are not sure what exactly happens with information that people put into ChatGPT to help. Can you analyze this? There are tools that are coming out now that take the processing, the generative language modeling, and you can put it onto your system so it doesn't actually go out anywhere. It can be behind your firewall. Those are very new. Microsoft just released theirs about 3 weeks ago. So those are still being vetted and tested to see exactly how those work, but hopefully we'll have those soon. Accountability can be a huge issue if we have any reliance on artificial intelligence for anything and it gets it wrong. Who's accountable? The accountant who was given the okay to rely on it, or the artificial intelligence, right? So we have to work through those types of issues as well. So how we can minimize those types of risks. So this stuff's not going away. We're going to have to figure out how to incorporate it into our world, right? Education and training always going to be at the very top, right? Making sure that anybody who uses any of this understands the limitations, doesn't just assume it's a magic, 8-ball that's going to give us all the answers. Making sure that we are keeping audit trails of everything related to everything we're using, with making sure we're documenting and tracking everything that artificial intelligence has helped us with in any way, shape, or form, right? Having clear accountability protocols, making sure people know what they are accountable for if they are using data analytics to help them. I'll tell you what I did. When I did that case and we used data analytics, we recorded it. We video recorded everything that the system did. We used a bot, we named him Charlie. Charlie took 1,800 days worth of credit card information, essentially, and every day had to open it up, decrypt all the information, copy it over to a database for 1,800 files. Would have taken us thousands of hours to do it manually, and there would have been a lot of human error involved. Our bot did it in 8 hours. We recorded the full 8 hours. We provided that recording, which showed all of the moves, the different folders and files and the copies and pastes and everything, to both the authorities and to the insurance company as evidence, right? So making sure that we have clear rules around how we're going to use this and how we're going to protect ourselves. And then, of course, continuous monitoring. Because artificial intelligence does learn, it can be very valuable year one and be very accurate. But as it continues to consume and to learn, it can veer off a course. And we've seen this with issues with biases and stuff that are built in. The early adopters of using artificial intelligence in healthcare and in education systems prove that. Right? There was huge biases in how universities were accepting students and healthcare was denying people stuff, and they had to turn it off because it was getting worse as time got on, not getting better, right? It continues to learn from itself. And then finally, my last little concern that I have is the financial statement fraud risk post-pandemic, right? And I'm just going to give you an example. Anybody have one of these? This is an Apple iPhone 4. This is a 13-year-old phone. How much is it worth? Would it be fair to say it's worth nothing, zero, because it's 13 years old? Nobody wants a 13-year-old phone. Or what if I told you I could sell it on Wish for $10, and that's the going rate on Wish right now? What if I had a bunch of them? What if I had 1 million of them? Then I could sell them to a salvage vendor, even 10,000 of them. I could sell them to a salvage vendor for $25 because they would take everything out. Okay. What if I was willing to put them in a container and send them over to Africa? Then the going rate is $100. So I have 1 million of them. Is it worth zero on my financials, or is it worth $100 million, or somewhere in between? I could make an argument very clearly for any one of those numbers if it was my organization that was sitting on 1 million of them. It has to do with the narrative, what we say we intend to do. We say we're going to send it We're going to sell to a salvage vendor. So it's 25 million. We say we're going to put it in a container and ship it off to Africa where we can get $100 for it. Then it's worth $100 million. Okay. These are decisions that accountants have to make every single day. The pandemic and the resulting supply chain issues created unique and unprecedented challenges for accountants. Decisions had to be made regarding estimates and valuations in reported financials and financial statements for which there was no history, no experience, and no guidance. Okay. Y'all remember we had a lumber shortage, right? 1,000 cubic feet went from about $300 to $1,600. Why? Because economists, realty groups, home construction companies, sawmills, all the experts in all of those industries use their expertise to determine, to estimate what would happen during the pandemic, and they got it wrong. They told sawmills to slow down when they should have instead been increasing. Why? Behavioral economics. We don't always behave as we're supposed to, right? This creates a challenge. Accounting estimates are difficult in the best of times. It requires specialized knowledge and judgment, understanding the organization's history and the narrative, the intent, right? The iPhones, do we intend to ship them to Africa or we're just going to throw them out? Okay. What percentage of reported information in an organization's financial statement is based on estimates? It's probably more than most people realize. I did the math for one. One of the largest airlines in the world, it's greater than 20%. This is straight out of their 10K. Estimate is mentioned 12 times in just these 2 pages regarding their planes. This particular airline had to restate their financials basically every quarter because every quarter they got it wrong. Now, the airline industry is very closely regarded and watched because everybody knows how much they went through. But what about support industries? What about infrastructure that supports the airlines? Were those companies being watched as closely? What kind of challenges were they going through? How were they getting their estimates correct or incorrect, right? Another example would be same thing, another estimate, bad debt. You know, most organizations base it on history. If pre-pandemic, you had a 5-year history of it being roughly 5% in bad debts, and that's what you're going to use. You're going to have a contra account for 5%, right? Why is this important? Because it impacts ratios. What if it should be 15%? What if you are a luggage manufacturer? Think of all of the retail stores that went bankrupt or went through restructuring during the pandemic and the supply chain issues. Do you think any of them owed luggage manufacturers money? Probably, right? What if it's supposed to be 15%? That's a big difference. And now we start to get to ratios that are concerning. And what if we thought we had it right and we just got it wrong? There's going to be 2 opportunities here. Accountants and executives who take advantage of the pandemic to manipulate things intentionally, the bad guys. And then there's going to be really smart, really honest, hardworking accountants who just got it wrong because they didn't have the experience, the history, or the knowledge, or the guidance to get it right. There's 2 periods where there's going to be potential issues. During the past 3 years, things that have already happened, right? And period 2, which is probably starting right about now, when accountants and organizations, they got it wrong and they have to face things like restatements. They have to decide how to handle it, which can mean restatements. Restatements get executives fired. So they're not exactly thrilled about doing that. They're not very quick to do it. The lack of history, accounting experience, and guidance for what occurred during the last few years will lead to financial statement challenges and the potential for financial statement manipulation and fraud. The important thing to understand here is this. The vast majority of large-scale financial statement frauds that have occurred started with the manipulation of estimates. The 2 former CFOs of Health South speak on this regularly. If you're interested, you can see interviews with them on YouTube all over the place. They manipulated their financials for years before they started committing outright fraud. They were already committing fraud because they knew their financials did not accurately represent the true financial health of the organization for a very long time before they started fabricating revenue. Accountants should be expecting mistakes to have been made with estimates and valuations, and they should be intentionally looking for them. The guidance, the standards, changes, regulations take too long to provide guidance. I'll give you an example. We had the 2008 collapse, right? 2020 and 2023 is when the banks finally had to do something about it. It took 8 years till 2006 until the new standards were put out, the current expected credit loss standards, right? Banks didn't have to implement it till 2020 or 2023, depending on the size of the bank. That's a long time to wait to give accountants guidance on things. It's 12 to 14 years, right? So my final thoughts here is this. Professional accountants are behind the 8 ball on technology. They're playing catch up, and this can lead to an inability to do their job. The same thing can be said about fraud, right? And I'm out educating accountants every week. I spend 60% of my time doing continuing education. So I'm talking to a lot of them all over the world, and we're behind. So education and training so we can bridge that gap is critical. And if anybody has questions, I'm happy to take them. I've written in-depth articles on many of these things. So if you're interested, you can find them in the Fraud magazine on all these topics that I just talked about.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Questions for Mary? I think we have a few minutes left, right?
Yes, let me also thank Mary. Thank you very much for this great presentation. I was listening to you and reminding myself that a couple, maybe six months ago, we had a session with this board, a closed session, where someone who is sitting next to me said very loud and clear that we needed to be educated on, keep on being educated on technology. This is important for us, of course, for all the accountants, but for this board as we move forward with the work and standards, ethics standards related with the impacts of technology in accounting. So this was a terrific and somehow frightening presentation. I think that we are not less more comfortable now that we were 30 minutes before, but this is good because it takes us out of our comfort zone and makes us aware of how many risks and how many things we have going on. But of course, we still have a few minutes for questions and take profit of this opportunity of having you with us, Mary. And I take also the opportunity to thank you for your availability to make part of our technology expert group, which has been critical for this board to be aware of what's happening around. Okay.
My pleasure.
We have one question from Christelle Marta.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Very impressive. After all that, in substance, do you need a specific or numerous, I don't know, points that we should address differently, more deeply, or what would you recommend to our board to be doing or being aware and addressing it? Thank you.
I think the number one thing that we can do is to make it clear that we are aware that there is a knowledge gap, and then that's in the standards, that we say we know not all of the accountants have the technology background or the fraud background, and they need to, it's their responsibility to raise their hand and say they don't, and make that very clear throughout over and over again, right? Because we're not just going to one day wave a magic wand and everybody's going to have the knowledge. Like when COSO came out and they said, oh yeah, Principle 8, everybody has to actively participate in fraud fighting in their organization. That's great, but we're still educating auditors, both internal and external, trying to get that knowledge into them, and we're not there yet, right? So stating one thing and actually having the capabilities are two different things. Setting expectations and having the capabilities are two different things. And I think we just need to make sure we acknowledge that we're telling them, hey, we know there's going to be a lot of people that don't have it, and it's your job to raise your hand if you don't have the capability, so that we can go get you the help that's needed.
Thank you, Mary. Andy.
Hey there, Mary. Thanks so much. I've recently come across a video and a presentation that scared me a lot. So I want to talk to someone in the business to see if you've come across it and how valid it might be, which is something from the Center for Humane Technology called the AI Dilemma. And I don't know if you're familiar with that program. If you're not, that's perfectly fine. But I've actually forwarded a link to David about that, because I couldn't sleep for 2 days after I watched that. And as a skeptical auditor, I know that just because someone is saying it doesn't make it so.
Right.
But unfortunately, it could be worse, or it could be just a bit of drama. So anyway, I don't know if you've come across that piece and have any input from you.
I have not seen that piece. I am familiar with them, but I have not seen that piece. I want to watch it now, though, because my favorite pastime is terrifying CFOs. Like, I have a laundry list of CFOs that call me regularly that tell me they haven't slept in weeks because of me. So I guess I'm doing my job if I'm terrifying a little bit, right?
It's a little over an hour, 10 minutes, but it goes by in a flash, because I don't think I breathed more than twice while I was watching it.
They did their job. Good for them.
It's well, I forwarded it to David, but it's the Center for Humane Technology, and the name of the program is called the AI Dilemma.
Yeah.
So watch it, but with the lights on. And yeah.
Probably will not be that shocked.
No, you won't be, but I'm concerned about my friends here.
Thank you, Andy. Rania.
Thank you. This was very interesting. I have two questions about blockchain. I'm very ignorant about it, to be honest, I have to admit. So one thing I think you touched on, and the other is something that has to do with regulation. So my first question is this: can blockchain, I mean, obviously it's a ledger that is supposedly immutable, you're correct? So can it also capture, besides the financial aspects of the transaction, other aspects of the transaction? For instance, I don't know, for example, let's say carbon emissions, or could it, or for example, where it was originated, or what, I mean, is it, I mean, because typically when we hear about blockchain, the idea is, or typically the focus is on the financial aspects of the transaction. So could it be programmed to do otherwise? This is my first question. My second question is this: you said that, I mean, the regulatory frameworks are not mature enough, you know, to support blockchain. And I know for a fact in the public sector, because I have, you know, been part of discussions to try to implement blockchain in the public sector. And since it's not part of the regulation, it means that if a government wanted to implement it, then they would have to set up sort of a parallel system. You still have to need to keep the hard copy trail. And alongside this, and that would create problems and regulatory issues. Is it the same situation in the private sector, and what are the implications of that? I mean,
yeah. So to your first question, absolutely, blockchain can be used to track anything, right? And there are just about every industry is looking at varying ways to use it. Now, some industries are already using it. The problem is, which kind of ties into your second question, is most of those are modified blockchains. So they're enterprise, or what we call permissioned, where you invite like every member of like on a supply chain to be part of it. And those blockchains are being used for just about anything. And it's intangible items, it's tangible items, it's anything and everything. Medical records for something like emissions, no problem, as long as the initial recording is accurate. The problem with the permissioned or blockchains is they're modified. Blockchain is extremely secure. What was developed for Bitcoin is extremely secure. However, to do the things like the government wants to do, to be able to reverse things, to be GDPR compliant, the blockchain has to be modified. Once we modify the blockchain and we can add extra information, we can reverse things, we make it so it's no longer anonymous, where we can limit who's allowed to be on it. It's not just an open ledger, it's limited, so it's permissioned. You have to have permission to get on it. Once we make those modifications, we lose parts of the security, right? So it's a big give and take. Right now, the world is trying to figure that out. And the fact that we don't have it all figured out is why there's been so many hacks and so many frauds with these people that are venturing into the blockchain space, because we really don't understand it well enough yet. We don't know what we don't know, but it's not going anywhere. We are going to have to figure it out. We are going to be living with it for the rest of eternity. But there are big challenges that we have to be aware of. We can't just assume, oh, blockchain is the most secure thing ever, and not realize we're dealing with one that's modified, and therefore a lot of those securities are gone, and it can be hacked, and it can be people's money can be stolen, or their intangible assets can be modified, things like that. So we have a long road ahead of us with blockchain. But yeah, the potential uses are just massive.
Thank you very much, Rania and Mary. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much. And I'm going to give the floor back to David to close the session.
Nothing left for me to say. I think, Mary, that was a great presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
We're finishing on time, which is excellent. So yeah, but we look forward to speaking to you again sometime in November, Mary. And as Gabriella, our chair, said, thank you so much for participating, and continue to participate in our technology experts group. It's nothing short of very good for us. So really appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, and with that, I will drop off so you guys can wrap up. Thank you very much, David, Janine. I'll see you guys soon.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much. Just like we were saying, we managed to finish on time. I mean, a little bit better than the agenda, but on time since thank you very much. I hope that's helpful. Watching you discussion that we had this afternoon. I wish you a very good evening. And we will Thank you.